measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation first and foremost to new Patreon, woohoo, Robert Edward, also Pablo de la Cruz, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Mails 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon will be below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
What's up, man?
Good morning.
All right, Neil.
Been good talking to you, Steve. I've been driving today, so I think I'm gonna end up going to G Plus and see if I get better reception. Otherwise, I think at some point I'm gonna jump between satellites and have a bad signal for a while.
Yeah. Good talking to you.
Well, you act like you're not going to talk to him when you get to G Plus. Jeez. How's it going, Stevie?
Good.
So what's been happening over the weekend pertaining to Flat Earth, Stevie?
Same old, same old. 10 years of same old, same old.
Anything interesting happening of the service?
Not that I know of. I mean, same old, same old. Discord is what it is. I'm a Discord guy, yeah. But doesn't change.
That's why I come to you for some answers.
Oh, there's no answers, Neil. Well, I mean, I don't have answers.
You ain't going to find them on Discord, right?
Well, yeah. All they do is argue on Discord. But it's it's entertaining as all hell. I mean, that's why that's why we do it, I think. But, and then, for the truth too, but it's tough breaking through mental imaginations.
Yeah, that's the toughest part of anything, right? Breaking through their brains, their imagination, everything that they've been told throughout their whole lives, right? It could be anything, right? If you're clinging on to something that you've been told was true, and then you come to something that's contrary, it's pretty difficult to break through.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yes.
It's like flat earth and religion. Try to break through the flat earth and religion. They're both like the same thing. You get mixed with freaking,
Nathan's been talking about it the last couple of weeks or months or whatever. Chill out a little bit. You're not going to save the world.
Yeah, Nathan's on a little secret journey. Excited about the book, Stevie?
Well, I'm excited for Nathan. I think it's going to be a good deal for him. Like, yeah, I don't know who to go visit, right? Like Mark Sargent, maybe, or any. I was thinking of put a list of the top 5 people or 10 people and make sure you hit them right off the get-go. But I don't know who those people are. I just threw out Mark just because he's easy. He'd be an easy one to line up. I don't know who else would be good. Well, I mean, there's lots of people. Let's see.
Well, we got a list of about 100, I think, right, Nathan?
I was
thinking about the big names. It's not. I don't think it's any problem visiting people. But I was just saying, when the book first comes out, try to hit the big names. I mean, you should get it all lined up. Actually, we should be out there helping him get them lined out right now. But have you sent? I know he's pretty close on the book.
Very close.
I think it's going to be interesting times when the book comes out.
That's the same way I'm feeling,
like
right?
I stepped on you, Neil.
No, you were saying the same thing I'm saying. It's going to be like, I feel something. There's going to be like a resurgence, Even if it's people that just want to find out, like, what's this all about? There's going to be an uptick. You know what I mean?
Well, there's no debate, right? I mean, that's what we all know this. So
let me clarify. Not in the debate, because there is none, but just in the topic. Yeah. It's like we're in a lull,
Well, no, I think we're in a. Well, after I say, I think the book is almost whatever, right? But I think it's going to be I think it's kind of. Well, I think everybody's kind of looking to see what's going on, just because there's so much going on. But then with the book coming out over here, I think flat Earth is growing. I think people that say anything different are, part of the psyop. Oh, flat Earthers are dying.
I'm not saying it's not. What I'm saying is, in the enthusiasm level, like the remember when it first came out? I know you're never going to get it back to the way it was, hot and heavy and everybody, but it's been freaking pretty mundane lately. Come on, you're having a hard time filling up a panel. Even the Discord servers where we had freaking 30, 40, 50 people in there, you're not seeing that anymore. You'll see it if you go to another topic. You'll see, go to politics server. Every other topic has a freaking ton of people. Flat Earth, you're lucky if you get 10, 15 people.
I think that's just because of Nathan's effort, the panel's effort, and this program's efforts in just clarifying the point that there is really no debate anymore.
No.
All we've got left is people complaining that they're muted when they're not muted.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
Argue.
There's guys in 24/7 that won't even argue that it's measured flat. They're contrary to that. So it's not Nathan's dialogue that's being put out that's got everybody like, oh, well, yeah, it's measured flat. There's a reproach to that.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say that that could be the coincidence of the fact of the fart sniffers and flat earth ninjas pushing back on it? That's the reason why they won't argue it? Is that they still need to have an argument?
They do argue it. That's the whole point. Go to freaking 24/7. They still argue it.
Argue that it's not measured flat, or that measured flat is just an old trope?
They argue whatever about refraction, or they argue a ball is about gravity. To them, it's still 2015. I'm talking about an enthusiasm level. It's like we're in a deep sleep.
Right, but they're just avoiding the measured flat argument because that ends everything. It's like I said this morning, Master B. It's like, what are they going to talk about once they've decided that it's measured flat?
You talk about how it's measured flat, various ways it's measured flat, the things we talk about here. To come out with those guys are talking about, they annoyed me within the first 30 seconds. I know Nathan said, yeah, good, 4 out of 10. As soon as they came in, we're going to talk about geometry, and we're going to give you a little sciencey stuff. Theories and how it don't work on a globe. Come on.
But that's what they spent the rest of that video talking about, is how it doesn't work on a globe. Right?
I know.
It was good ninja stuff. I appreciated it. I really liked that they kind of went with the baseline, which is necessary, and how that doesn't work on a globe, which is really just a circle. I think it's funny now when people say, well, okay, here's the globe, and then they draw a circle.
Well,
It's like, okay, well, that's actually a circle on a flat piece of paper, but okay, go ahead. What were you saying?
I'd rather say it's measured flat. I don't need to say it don't work on a globe or it's impossible on a sphere. And look, it is what it is. Like Nathan said the other day, if I'm for Ford, I don't got to tell you how bad Chevy is if I'm selling a Ford and I'm relying on my product. This ain't even a product. This is a fact. So you rely on facts, right? You don't say 2 + 2 is 4 because, 2 - 5 can't equal 4.
Yeah, you don't say buy my Ford because Chevys suck.
I don't know. I'm hoping when the book hits, people are going to have a hold of a copy of it, and I think the rhetoric will change even more than what it's changed now. Now, I think what you're saying is perhaps there's a lull because a lot of people have heard and do recognize the things that we talk about here. So there's less people going in Discord now. It's like, all right, argument's over. Earth is flat. Let me move on with my day now.
Yeah, and the only argument the Globers have is, well, horizontal doesn't mean it's flat. Oh, good boy. That's so nice. Okay, I'll stop using that bad word flat then. How about just level and horizontal? Do we know what that means, boys? And yeah, well, give me and someone told me the other day, give me the geodetic measurements, your precious flat earth geodetic measurements. Give me those.
Geodetic, there's only measurements.
I know.
All measurements are flat, linear. There's no geodetic measurements.
I know, and it's just because I'm such a ninja that I know that it's fruitless to argue with him because he doesn't know. Well, he either knows and he's mixing up the words a little bit to make himself smart, or he doesn't know what he's talking about and he's still using the words geodetic. It's like, dude, you don't even know that geodetic surveying relies on planar surveying for its measurements so that they can add in and calculate spherical access. And I've researched this to the point where I've got citations and I've got definitions and I've got,
Why?
books. Well, I've had to, just for my own benefit, but it's useless to use them. I've got the original transatlantic or Transamerica super survey, whatever, geodetic survey from 1800. That's the whole 300 page document. And I've gone through it. And I found a couple pages where it just very plainly shows, here's our observation. And they give them planar measurements of the triangles that they use. And then here's our spherical excess, blah, blah, blah. And they add that in. So I've got my citation that I could lay down, but it's...
Hold on a second. Geodetic surveying precisely measures large areas of the Earth's surface, accounting for its curvature, shape, and size to establish high accuracy, horizontal and vertical control networks. Excuse me? You don't hear the contradictions?
Yeah. No, they don't. I do. And it's just stupid hard to point that out to somebody who's calling you a flurf and that you need to quit breeding. It's just dumb. So I don't anymore, but it was useful for me as an exercise to go through and do that so I can see what they're doing and what they're saying. And this so I can easily laugh off that stuff they think is how they measure it. They don't measure it, they account for. And accounting is just, what it sounds like. You're accounting. You're just figuring with numbers. You're not measuring.
The one good thing those guys said on that video was that there are no flat horizontal surfaces on a globe. Geodetic, absolutely. Same thing. So you're telling me you're measuring large areas, and those large areas are flat. You measure one large area flat, I don't need to even entertain myself with the rest. But I know what you're saying. You want to equip yourself.
So I know in my heart that I'm right. I just don't have to beat everybody about the head with it because I know it's like pearls before swine. I can't, there's a guy that, God bless him, man, he is just the most frustrating troll. He's an old Facebook friend of mine from years. We've been debating this, and he's, poor guy, he talked personally to one of the astronauts that landed on the moon, and he's a Christian. And he came to talk about youth ministry, and he talked to this guy, and his dad used to work for NASA and get probe telemetry from the moon. And I'm calling every one of them a liar. And I specifically said, no, I'm just saying that anyone that claims to come from a place that cannot be proven to exist and says they went there is a liar. Everyone else just believes. And, oh no, you think they're liars and you're the worst kind of flurf there is. You're evil. It's like, dude, because I don't believe someone went to the moon, does that mean I'm a liar? Just because I don't believe someone.
Yeah, see, those guys with the astronauts, I dealt with them too, with the Christian astronauts. Why would I take a man's word over God's word if you're going to bring it there, right? If you're Christian, that means the Bible is your source, right? So why am I going to take a man's word that he went to a place that violates natural law, the law that God created over a man.
Right. That's why I've given up on him and just let him call me names and just keep pointing out how things are measured flat, because he absolutely takes man's word over the Bible, and I believe he is a Christian. I believe he believes God. I don't know that he believes the way God said so in the Bible, because there's a lot of the Bible that he doesn't take literally. So I don't know if Jesus is the only way for him. We don't talk about that. But yeah, he knows the moon is a rock in space and that we went there, and that I'm a liar, and I'm calling everybody else involved in the space program a liar because I have a preconceived notion of what the ancient below Babylonian cosmology believed. And
No, you don't have a preconceived notion. You have an understanding of how it's measured. Now, my wife's been coming to me lately with these things. This is the fourth time she's just thrown this at me, like out of nowhere, about meteors and stuff. Another meteor just hit in, I forgot what state it was. I'm like, and what is it? Oh, what are you telling me this for? Well, because it's coming from the sky. Heavens. Can we validate any of this? I can pull up a bunch of news things right now. Most of them are not true. But it seems like people want this space. I've realized more than anything. And I think D. Rose is right about something. You got flat earthers that are like, all right, it's flat, but space is still up there. We still have all those things in space, which is not on the globe. We're not up there with them. We're down here, but we still have all that space that we can explore.
no man goes to heaven except the one that came from heaven. That's
correct.
It. And what did God create? Created the heaven, or some people say heavens, plural, and the earth. That's it. There's no universe. There's no planets. There's no anything other than what God said he created. Created the heaven and the earth. If you think of anything else other than that, that comes from man. That comes from science fiction.
Well, he created heaven and the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Which are in the
heavens. Now, if you're trying to get to those heavens, you better take a look at what happened back in the day when they tried to do that.
Right. And what's any different than astronauts sending their phallic symbols into space, into the sky, into the heavens, up? No different.
It's not. It's the same thing.
Right. To me, that is so. I was going to say symbolic, but it's a ritualistic symbolism. Good grief. We are cheering at it's like cheering at the Tower of Babel being completed. We have gone to heaven. We have gone to heaven. We have come to the stair steps of the throne of God. And for Christians not to see that, it's just perplexing. It's saddening for me. You've seen some of the pictures I sent to Master B of all the churches that use the globe as part of their logo and part of their websites and stuff. It's everywhere. And it's just nothing but a graven image. And I show that stuff and it looks, here's somebody worshiping a globe. I wonder what God they worship. Oh no, people just do that. It saddens me. And that people won't just take the time to look at it and consider how pervasive the symbolism of the world that we're not supposed to be a part of. That's my next Bible study, is to just go through and say all the scriptures that talk about, you're not part of this world. You are not meant for this world. I am not of this world, says Jesus. Well, this world, whenever someone says world, they think of a globe in their head. Anyhow, I got my stop, so I'm gonna bail.
Yes. Listen to this one. From a Christian theological perspective, space exploration is generally not viewed as a violation of God's will, as many believers differentiate the motives behind modern technology from the motives of the builders at Babel. While the Tower of Babel is interpreted as a story of human arrogance and disobedience, space travel is seen as stewardship, exploration, and appreciation of God's creation.
Holy crap. What a way to grabble up something totally antithetical to what it really is. Tower of Babel, that's arrogance. Woohoo! We're going to the moon. That's not arrogance. We're touching the face of God. That's not arrogance. We're landing on the rock that God called a luminary.
Here, listen to this. The Tower of Babel, Genesis 11, the biblical narrative states the people built the tower to make a name for ourselves and to challenge God's authority, seeking to become godlike and centralized. It was an act of hubris, pride, and misplaced self-reliance. Space exploration, most space travel is viewed by Christians as an effort to learn more about the universe, improve human technology, and explore the vastness of God's creation. Boy, they'll say whatever they want, huh?
What do people, I wonder what Christians think about the fact that the tower was that they never accomplished their goal. Forget whether God made it fall or not. But here's the point. If this is arrogance and blah, 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 that they, all those words you said that made them do this, the fact that they couldn't accomplish it and it couldn't be done is the fact, right? Okay. How is that any different than going into space can't be done and is not accomplished, except in our fantasies from the 60s, 70s?
Wow, they really trying to make this okay. The Tower of Babel says, after the flood, God commanded Noah and his descendants to be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. Genesis 9:1. The people at Babel did the opposite. They gathered in one place and refused to disperse. Astronauts are not staying in one location. They are exploring and expanding human presence, which aligns more with the command to subdue and fill the earth. That's not the earth. That's the head. Wow. So now they're declaring that God said explore the heavens too when he forbade it.
Have you ever looked at Jeremiah 31, 35 through 37? But basically, it says that in layman's terms, it says, if the heavens can be measured or the depths of the earth can be measured, I will.
Yeah, he'll move Israel.
No, hold on. There we go. I will take away my promise to Israel.
Yeah.
If you can measure so what do we, oh yeah, that star is 30 million light years away. If you can measure the heavens and you can measure the earth, I will take away my promise to Israel.
Let's see, but that's an impossibility. So that's what he's basically saying. His promise to Israel, he can't take away. He's handcuffed to them. He's married to Israel, the backslider, right? There will be a remnant at the end that will be saved. So that's an impossibility for God to do once he makes a covenant, right?
Right.
So that's basically what he's saying.
Yeah. Any Christian who says that they have measured it is then a heretic, is then doing what God said can't be done.
You're saying that flat Earth is a Jewish conspiracy.
That's what my son would say.
Hey, back on the Tower of Babel, how I'm sure they probably found it or whatever. There's a citation somewhere. What is the foundation circumference of the Tower of Babel? Isn't it like miles? Like 2, 3, 4 miles?
Yeah, all flat.
Yeah, it's all got to be flat because you can't build a tower without a flat foundation. Gee, how does that?
Listen to this one. Many Christians view the exploration of space as an act of worship, aligning with Psalm 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork. What?
That's almost evil. That's an inversion and a half.
It's also on Werner von Braun's grave.
Yeah. When done with humility, exploring the universe is considered a way to deepen human understanding of the Creator's power and love. Wow, they just want to make it okay.
Where are you reading that from? That's not a Hugh Ross thing, is it?
No, that's just what do you call it? A YouTube thing. I mean, a internet thing. Google did. What did I Google? Why is it okay for Christians to cheer with space travel when God destroyed the Tower of Babel? So they gave me a whole bunch of things, and that's what I'm reading from. This
I'll give you links to citations for each of those.
Yeah. Via Immanus. While some Christians may advise caution against the spirit of Babel, the belief that humanity can do anything without God, space exploration itself is typically cheered as an advancement of human knowledge, not a challenge to God's throne.
Human knowledge is the key there as opposed to God's knowledge. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge.
So, Nathan, what did you like about that video?
Sorry, the video with Rennie and Roger or whatever they're called.
Awakened Souls. They annoyed me the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, I heard your annoyance. I had the same thing. I'm like, we're going to talk about a bit of science stuff. It was within the first couple of minutes of it. I mean, because they're covering the fact that you can measure elevation angles. They're just not pointing out that in so doing, that's it, you've measured Earth flat to achieve that. They're kind of accepting it and then explaining how it doesn't work on a ball, which you've already summarised is kind of standard fair rhetoric, because we're programmed to say how things don't work on a ball. So they're on their way because they've got quite a few flat Earth prerequisites in there, and they semi-acknowledge some of them. So you're like, okay, I mean that's better than most. I mean, I'm not going to knock them. You know, they've got their own agenda. They've got their own models that they want to punt. So you know, they're also biased towards that, which is skewing their own ability to just recognise the flat Earth measurements rather than juxtaposing the ball Earth inconsistencies with their presupposed notions of what they say the ball is. So, like I say, I gave it a solid 4 out of 10.
I gave it a 2. I like that he said there are no flat surfaces on a ball or a sphere, which is correct. And I forgot one other thing he said that was on point. But yeah, it's a constant, don't work here. Like you say, they ain't pointing out how it's measured flat. That's just one little extra step they got to go, right?
They don't have to do anything. Just the same
Well, if you're going to be making videos,
just because they're flat, they don't have to suddenly fall in line with what we know. You know it's measured.
No.
I know it's measured flat. They don't have to do anything.
It's not falling in line what we know. It's falling in line with the facts.
Okay, they don't have to fall in line with the facts. They don't have to do anything.
So then stay in 2015 and 2016. What can I tell you? Keep debunking the globe. Maybe one day it'll appear flat by you debunking the globe. Might as well join Quantum Eraser's channel in.
I bought 3 flight cases about 6 months ago, and I was like, at some point I'm going to have to put the mics that I'm keeping in a box, and I haven't got boxes for all of them. Some of them I have. And now it's come to that time that I want to treat the wall behind me, and I've got to start putting the mics away. So I've been cutting out custom foamies for my flight cases, so I can put like mics in the same box with one another. Like I say, I bought 3 of them. There's half a dozen that I've got left over from selling mics. Like some of them came with flight cases that I didn't sell them with, and things like that. But I've cleared out most of the back wall, at least the ones that haven't got their own flight cases.
That treatment, what is it made out of?
What's what?
The treatment that you talk about that's on your walls. What is
Owens
that made
Corning.
out of?
You know what Owens Corning is?
Oh,
Rock wall. Not rock wall.
okay. How do you install that?
When you say install it, it's in a box. It's just 3 sheets of, 4 foot by 2 foot. It comes in standard sizes, this rock wall stuff. The stuff that you put between walls, insulation, right? Well, you have, depending on how big the panel is, a certain number of those sandwiched one after the next. So in the case of the ones that are going on my back wall, there's 3 sheets of 4 foot by 2 foot. So they're about 6 to 8 inches thick off the wall, and they just hang on a French cleat, so like a little picture rail style piece of hardware. So they'll just hang on those.
All right, it's pretty easy then.
Yeah, pretty easy.
You still got to level it though, right?
Yes.
You got to level it and make sure it's plumb, not level on the vertical side.
Yeah. So that's what I've been doing. I've been putting my stuff in flight cases. So I've got an AKG case or vintage mic case that's also got a Shure Elvis mic in it. And then I've got a dynamic mic case, which was the one I did yesterday. That's got all sorts of dynamics. And I've got this. Is my Neumann and Revox case and Bear Dynamic. It's my expensive mic flight case. So I saved this one till last, knowing that I'd want it to look the nicest in terms of getting used to cutting out the little squares that they give you to guide you in terms of where to make a cutout for something, whatever it may be, in my case mics. So yeah, it all looks very tidy.
Moving along, 6 to 8. You said 4 to 6 inches, or 6 to 8 inches off
6
the
to
wall.
8, because obviously the rock wall I think it's 2 inches thick as standard, and they've got an air gap, and the box itself, so it ends up being about 8 inches. I think they're 16 centimeters.
Wow, it's a lot you're losing on the room.
Yeah,
you're losing
lose
over a foot.
That's correct. That is a downside, right? So most people will stick up the single sheet version or acoustic foam because it's thin, so you don't lose much of your wall. But it doesn't do anything. They're velocity traps, right? So they're working on a quarter wave principle. So if they're not the size of the wave you want to trap, they ain't going to trap it. So you need really thick treatment to treat bass frequencies. So to get down to 40 hertz in panel terms, they'd have to be 20 inches thick. But you get around it by having it work along the length of the panel. So obviously if it's 2 foot thick, that's the longest wave that it can pass through sideways. So if you treat the walls, obviously when the wave travels down the room, the quarter wave principle still stands true, but you've got 2 to 4 to 8 to however long the room is thick panels, because they're all buffed up next to each other. So it's got to traverse that sideways. So that's how you actually treat bass frequencies. But to do it, you've got to cover the entire room. You cover one wall, it does nothing. You can get away with it. If you think of, the easiest way to think of this is if you go into an office and you see that they've got a drop ceiling, that's acoustic treatment. You're just working on the principle of having an air gap and then a permeable membrane that the sound can travel through, bounce off the actual ceiling, come back down and bounce through something that's a velocity absorber. It slows the air down, turns the physical energy of the sound wave into molecular energy in the panel, dissipating it, right? Well, if you treat the entire ceiling, then when you work on a percentage of a room, that's quite a vast percentage of the room to treat. So you treated quite a lot of it, and therefore it works quite nicely in an office, enough to not have horrible flutter echo annoying everyone, giving them a headache all day long. The fluorescent lights are enough, right? So most offices treat acoustically, their ceilings by having the drop ceiling. Most people think they're just there to tidy away the pipes. No, that's a byproduct. You know, people filling up the gaps with pipes and cables. But the real purpose of doing it is so that the room doesn't sound awful for the people working in the office. So they just treat the entire ceiling by dropping it and having those tiles, which are acoustic panels. That's all they are. But that's how it works. So with me, I've treated the whole ceiling. I just haven't done it with a drop ceiling because it's a flat, it's an apartment. It's short enough. The ceilings aren't that tall to begin with. So, you know, my neighbour has, and when I walk into it, I go, bloody hell. It's like really claustrophobic because the ceilings drop by another 1.5 feet. Like, I don't know if I like that. So for me, I've just stuck panels up with literal sticky back plastic onto the ceiling along with a load of diffusers, and it's not perfect. It does all right. But the rest of the room I've done with proper thick treatment wherever I can, except for the back wall, which was the first one I started with, and that's a bit of a hodgepodge. But like I say, that's why I'm clearing off these mics, because they're in the way of doing the treatment. And then eventually the mic that I was using on the stand that I was using for the majority of Flat Earth Debate came from behind me on like a shelf that I got built specifically for that arm to sit in. I drilled a hole in and then mounted a boom arm. Well, that's going to go. I've now got more slick solutions in front of me. So the one behind me is redundant. I've hardly used that Shure mic since it's been in there. I've used it about 3 times. So that'll go, and treatment will replace it all. It's just going to cost I'm going to bite the bullet, even though I really strictly can't afford to do it. You know what I mean? It's like I know I'm going to be on camera talking to people about the book in the near future, and I just want the backdrop to look really sharp. So, and again, I'm going to be doing a read of the book. So it's like, as much as I probably can't afford the 750 quid or whatever it is, 730, I think it is total, to do all 3 panels that I want, I'm going to do it anyway. It's like, I need to get the room treated. So when I read the book, so there's an audio book that's not read by the person who's offered to do it, who will still take up on his offer. I just need to give him a nod. And then there'll be an instant audio book that can be purchased. But the read by author version, I still want the room to sound as good as it possibly can, like a properly, fully treated studio should be if you were paying for a voiceover. It's like, well, as much as I don't want to toot my own horn too much, I think I'm capable of doing a voice acting session, considering I'm a trained actor and I speak for a living, so I can do it. It's just then, well, how good a quality can I produce? Well, I want it to be as good as the guy who does the voiceover, who's going to do the read for me, who will initially be, you know, the sound or the voice on the book read. But when I do it, I want my quality to be equal to, if not superior to his. You know what I mean? So yeah, so that's why I'm doing it. Anyway.
Okay, speaking about the book, since we got a couple of minutes, do anything over the weekend?
No, it's my wife's birthday tomorrow, so she went out to Birmingham and had an axe throwing session, which I paid for with a friend of hers whose birthday's at a closer time, or close enough, you know, to go out together.
Whoa. Back up. What?
She went in through axes. She did it.
Okay.
And I was like, how much was that? And then I paid for her to do it. She said she loved it. She thought it was ace. She was throwing axes.
You literally throw axes at something?
Yeah, targets on, like, so they have these, it's in a pub. It's not, I suppose it's a restaurant, fairly sizable building that's a bit more, you know, elaborate than your average British pub, but it is just a pub. And in there, one of the things they've got is these projector lights that project targets onto these straw bales that are very densely packed that you can throw axes at. I don't know if they were straw bales, they might have been wood, I don't know. I couldn't see in the photos that she took. But anyway, they project an image on it, and there's a woman teaching you how to throw the various different weighted axes at the target so that you can get some accuracy. My wife was saying she's a bit rough, and she's like, chuck it at his bollocks!
Sounds like fun.
My wife loved it. She thought it was fantastic. So she came back and was, you know, on cloud 9. She'd had so much fun with her friend. She went down on the train. I thought it was because she wanted to have a drink, but she didn't. She just arranged that to be the means of getting into town, presumably so she had the option if she wanted to. But she went on the train yesterday. So nothing got done on yesterday. What was that, Sunday? Saturday, I was still recovering from being ill from the former week. I sort of kept it with me for the whole week of work. So I just slept all day Saturday to get better. So I'm in good fettle today. So I slept all Saturday, so nothing got done in that regard. Friday we worked on it, and you were there, right? Completed it.
Yeah. So what's the game plan for this week? After tomorrow, you're going to pick it up again?
Yeah, so my wife had worked on it on Friday. That's what happened on Friday. She'd gone to the sewing class and took the computer with her so she could actually put it into the correct order to read it. So we can read through the whole book and go, does this sound like it's in the right order now? Obviously, having edited it and rearranged the order, you need to then check that it doesn't suddenly sound like it's out of order. So we'll just do that, but that doesn't really need an audience particularly. We'll just do that on our own. And then if there's more edits to be done, more spell checking or fact checking to be done, it might go through another round robin of editing, which will take another week. And then it's done. Then it goes off. It gets published.
Almost right to the date. Very good.
Yeah, it's almost going to be exactly to the day, Easter Day. I said about Easter, thinking it'll be, it might be a week before, or it might be 10 days after, it might be a month after, but it's going to be around that sort of time. It's not going to be Christmas 26. It's going to be, relatively soon. I haven't set my other mic up. I've been messing around putting mics in flight cases, and I've only got my hand. I'll just do the live intro with this mic and then set it up once we're going. You all feeling chatty? I've lost track of time and been doing other things that aren't setting the show up correctly.
Yes, chatty. What's up, Refracted? I see Refracted joined.
That's what you doing.
How are you?
I'm all right. How's everybody in Discord? Hello?
You gotta start calling it. You gotta start calling it Dead Cord.
Any sound?
How's everybody in Dead Cord?
Not Discord. That's Neil. I could just keep hearing. Can I hear somebody say hello from Discord so we can check we have actually got audio?
Hello.
A little bit rushed today. So what I want to do, as I was saying to the guys in the pre-show, which I'm now on the handheld mic, is get this wall behind me treated. So this is going to turn into vertical panels all the way across 3 of them. And in order to do that, I need to strip off all the microphones, which I've been doing, and subsequently got a load of these flight cases, which I've just finished. So inside this flight case, hopefully I can do this without them all falling out. I've got a whole bunch of my very high-end microphones in this particular single case, and I've got 3 of them. Like I say, this is the 3rd, or 3 of 3 that will be housing the mics that will generally get used, and I don't really want to put back in their boxes if they have them. Some of them don't have boxes anyway, but I don't want them getting knackered while I'm doing the space behind me. So just before the live show started, I was packing everything away in these cases, and that was the last one, so I've just finished it. Hence I'm a little bit flustered doing Discord live sound checks, which isn't very professional, but there we go, such is life. The reason I'm doing that is because at some point, let's get back on my other mic. At some point, I'm going to be on camera with somebody talking about all roads lead to a flat earth and, blah, 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 blah. Plug. Right? I'll be doing all that stuff. And I want this to be nice and neat, so it's all uniform with all they're called 3D cubes, but they're hexagons as far as I'm concerned, which will all line up. This gap along here will have this panel put in its place, so there's a treatment there. This little bit of white that you can see behind me, if I spin around, there's a strip there. Well, that's going to be replaced with the one that's currently over my head. That'll go in there. And then this one will go on its side with another 2 either side of it matching it. So then it'll be all treated and just look uniform rather than what I've ended up with, which, because this was the very first bit I did, I originally would treat me lower. I can't quite do it, but so that my framing was just with this one panel behind me. So if you go back to some of the first early shows when I was just starting to treat the room, I just had one panel behind me and obviously others to treat the room. But to look nice, I just had my head framed as such. Now, I want to be a bit more expressive, hence I've got a nice shotgun microphone and I'm in a nice chair without any desk or anything around me. I've just got like a little arm desk that attaches to this chair that I've got my mouse on. So other than that, it's a nice free feeling space when I do this. Now, obviously, I've chosen to do this daily, but I want to be as comfortable as possible. So I'm actually in a lounge chair. This isn't an office chair. It's actually a lounge chair, and it's comfy. But I want to be presentable, sound good, Same applies to when I do the book read itself. So I'm going to have someone else who has offered, who I need to get back in touch with now that we're coming to the end of the drafting processes for the book, to do a voice version or an audiobook version of the book. So it won't be read by me initially. And then with time, I will, because I'm not a trained voiceover artist, although I'm a trained actor, I'm not trained in that particular discipline. And yes, I've got some sound engineering background as well, but again, doesn't mean I've actually ever done a book read or a voiceover of any description ever, as far as I can remember. Maybe I have, but I can't remember doing one if I have. So in that regard, I'll have whatever mic that I pick from my variety of a bunch of mics, which is another reason I spent a year purchasing the damn thing, so I can pick one that sounds nice on my voice when I come to do my book read. And I want that to be done in a fully treated as opposed to 95% treated room. So it's only 2 or 3 panels that I'm going to be buying for about 700 or 750 quid. And that'll just nicely finish off how it looks and indeed improve the flutter echo that I do get off this corner that's untreated and the strip behind me and various bits that just aren't pleasant for being acoustically treated in the way that I'd like it to be. Considering I've only got 25,000+ subscribers, it's not like this room needs to be treated. The professional level's probably a bit too excessive, but I'm a bit of a geek in that regard. I like that aspect of doing this job. So having a fully treated studio space to do my show in is what I want, and the pleasure I take out of doing it is that there's no flutter echo and it sounds good all the way down to 40 hertz in here. You know what I mean? So there we go. That's why I've been packing away the microphones, which is why it's looking a bit bare behind me. All of these have been gotten rid of because that space as a shelf won't exist anymore when there's vertical panels. So there will probably still be mics that I can grab hold of and just do a job with, lined up along this wall once it's finished on the bass traps. One more will go down here. I don't know if you can see that, but behind my coffee cup there's a child's dollhouse which will be replaced with a 37 hertz bass trap. And that'll be it. The room will be treated as per spec. It'll be, as good as it can be. There's no more space. I say there isn't. There's a couple of little strips along the bottom of the side walls. But other than that, there's no real space to put any more treatment. It's as treated as it can be. The ceiling's done. All of the walls are done. Even the ones with windows have got treatment stacked up in the windows, in the frames. And, they couldn't really cram any more treatment into this room. But it means that it sounds good, which is what I care about when it comes to actually doing the book. The show now, it being progressively treated as the show has evolved, is fine, right? But when it comes to the book, it'll be kind of immortalised in that one take, although it won't be, but metaphorically, the one take that I do for the book. And that might last for, 10 years till I am so inclined to remake it potentially, or someone else comes along and does a different version of it, or whatever, but that might be something that lasts a long time. I'm done. That's my summary of what I've been doing, putting mics in boxes.
So, what are you saying? You're a bit of a sound geek or dweeb?
Yeah, I don't mind denying it. So I went from doing performing arts. That was my course at college, and what I got most of my modules in were performing arts modules. But towards the end of the course, I know the exact moment that I changed. It was when they asked me to sing, and I'm like, I can hold a tune, I can sing in tune. And occasionally, like when I've been demonstrating the mics, I've sung into them to demonstrate them. But it's not exactly what I am good at, you know what I mean? I'm not a good singer. And being able to be in tune doesn't mean I've got a nice voice. I haven't, and I know I haven't. So when they're like, do this musical theatre bit, I'm like, no, I want to change courses. So I changed to move to what the thespians called the dark side, which was technical theatre, lighting and sound, basically. And learned how to do recordings and video things and that sort of stuff, light stuff, which I wasn't good at because I'm colourblind. But yeah.
Well, performing arts, they want you to be a triple threat, right? Sing, dance, and act.
Yes, that's correct. They want you to be able to sing, which I can do. I can hold a tune, but it's just it was at that point that I realised I was never going to be on Broadway, as you would put it, or for us in the West End. It's just too gay. Right, and if you're a homosexual, fair enough to you, but you know what I'm talking about. It's very gay in the lovey-dovey thespian community. And it was too much. It was, I coped with it for a couple of years, and then it became too much. I'm like, no, I just can't do it anymore. I'm going to go over to the technical side and be with the dweebs. And the people who did, they sniffed their nose and wiped their sleeves on their collars and said actually a lot and talked in an adenoidal voice and talked about gels and light refraction, and that was them. They all loved space and rockets and stuff. In the technical side, what did they like in the lovey side? Well, loving. They're lovies, darling. They used to love it. But it was very incestuous. Now, there's only so much you can cope with. Don't get me wrong. You know, I liked being around the ladies back then. It was good fun. You know, having the girlfriends from the performing arts course was definitely a bonus. But it's also part and parcel that you've got a lot of gayness in that particular community, and you just can't get away from it. So yeah, I don't know. The singing bit was where I drew the line. I'm like, I just can't camp it up that much. I couldn't cope with it. You know, I had to bail. So I learned about microphones and preamps instead.
So you couldn't escape the gayness?
It's inescapable. The gayness of being a lovey or a performing artist of any description is just unavoidable.
So little did you know that this day and age, you would have a YouTube channel discussing how Earth is measured flat. Go figure.
Yeah, but it's not performative in the regards that the performance art that I was doing when I was training was very much, you know, your character doing something, like performing as an actor does off a script, or your character of the fire juggler or fire breather or whatever it is that you're doing. That's a performance, right? It's not about the information. Now, don't get me wrong, information's generally boring. You've got to kind of turn it into a story to make people interested. You know, it sort of fires off that part of their brain where they're likely to remember it if you deliver the information in a narrative, in a story. And being able to communicate that is performed to an audience is incredibly useful as training to do what I do now. So it's like, but also to do what I do now, I'm uniquely positioned because I did technical theatre and learned about mics and preamps, and therefore could immediately get my hands around like the using of a desk and moving channels in and out of the audio so that we can all talk to each other on different panels. Well, that was all second nature, other than it being physically done with wires when I was doing it in training, and it being digital wires that you're routing. The principle's identical, other than one being done in a computer and you're telling the computer which way it's got to be routed, rather than you actually physically plugging a wire from A to B on a return. You know what I mean? It's the same principle. So I was uniquely positioned to be a YouTuber, like knowing how to technically run the channel, what was important in terms of achieving good sound, because I'd learnt about it, been in studios and dealt with that particular aspect of performance, but also been on the stage and performed and, you know, learnt lines. Well, what do we do here? We learn lines. What we talk about is our script. It's our rhetoric. Now, people hear rhetoric and go, oh, that's very different to a script. You're like, what does rhetoric mean? Like rhetorical rhetoric? You're talking about your way of communicating things on a consistent basis when you talk about rhetoric. And we have a rhetoric. Now, people often associate rhetorics with being belief-based or logically inferred-based, or, you know, that's your rhetoric. It's like, no, it's closer to a sales banter, a sales pitch, where you take your unique selling points, format them in a way that's digestible, hopefully communicate them in a narrative format so people will remember it, and then you move on and do your next show and do it all again. So, yeah.
So didn't you get a couple for your birthday? Go ahead, John.
Well, people usually call it rhetoric when they want to put a negative spin on it so they don't have to answer, you know, address anything you say.
Yeah, and if you don't know what it means, that would work. I would imagine that if somebody heard the word rhetoric, oh, it's just your rhetoric, you'd go, oh dear, that sounds very negative. But it's like, well, do you know what that means? Because sometimes when somebody's trying to push something that seems negative in their tone or delivery, what they're actually saying is perfectly legitimate, and you can lean right back into it. Take the weight of their statement. Yes, that's correct. And my rhetoric that it's measured flat. It is. You're going to demean it by calling it a rhetoric, a description of how I verbally communicate something on a regular basis concisely. My rhetoric, that somehow makes it less measured flat? No. So you can just lean back into it. But a lot of people don't know what the word means. They hear it and think it's a negative thing. And the person delivering it might not even know what it means. I mean, I do it all the time. I don't know if you're listening in the audience, just tell me in the comments if you do this. You'll probably not in the way I do it, but I hear myself back on the show and I'll say a word and I'll go, or I'll turn a phrase and go, what the hell does that even mean? How have I used that word or that phrase or, you know, that terminology? What's it actually mean? So then I go, better go and look it up. This is after I've said it. So you go back and you look it up and you go, yes, that was perfectly used. Did it the other day. So I trimmed out my section about Chase Hughes. Is he a flurf or not, right? And I said, you've got to measure Earth flat 6 ways from Sunday before you can start believing you're on a ball. Now I listened to that back and I'm like, 6 ways from Sunday? What the hell does that even mean? 6 ways from Sunday. So I'm like, better look it up. So I look it up. What does 6 ways from Sunday mean? It means absolutely and completely. You're like, okay, so you have to absolutely and completely measure it flat before you can believe you're on a ball. Yes, get in there. Perfect turn of phrase. But unless I looked it up, you know, because most people will use terminologies and they don't necessarily know that it's being used in the correct context. They might have matched the context they heard it in and assume that it works correctly in the context they're using presently. But most people aren't of the ilk, I'm going to guess, to go away and look at words or phrases that they're using commonly. They just assume they know what they mean when they might not necessarily.
Yeah, nobody challenged you on that because, yeah, it's obvious. What about the whole 9 yards? Is that just a phrase people use?
I'm not using it, Neil, so you feel free to look it up.
Same things as 6 ways from Sunday. The whole 9 yards, it's the full thing.
Yeah, that's what we would say lock, stock and barrel. All of it. The whole 9 yards.
Yeah. We use that too. That's a good terminology used, yeah.
Yeah, but normally when you're taking possession of something, when you're describing something in a context, you could use the whole 9 yards for it. Like you gave the guy the whole 9 yards. The verbal assault of the information could be described that way. I used both barrels. You got both barrels, as in metaphorically shot in the face with the information.
Yeah. So what do we do now?
Well, same as we ever did, right? So now we know it's flat. My mission moving forward, for my own amusement, is to just analyse the dweebs that come across our path. So while on the show, there's kind of a juxtaposition between me demonstrating complete rage towards our opponent and my rhetoric that, who gives a shit, it's being different to it. In other words, I ham it up for the sake of the audience when there's a perceived opponent to brace against. But in reality, I can give the same. This has been true for many, many months, or years, realistically speaking. I walk away from the show and half the time I forgot what we've done on it because I do it so regularly. It's like if you ask somebody what they did at the office last Tuesday, they go, I don't know. It's something that I do for my job, I guess. Yeah, but which thing specifically? You know, if you're an estate agent, which house did you work on? They're like, oh, I don't know. One of them, one of the houses. You know what I mean? It's a bit like that. You kind of lose track of what you're doing, but you know what rough direction you're trying to aim towards. Well, my rough direction that I'm aiming towards is to have a better understanding of the psychology of the people who come to us to brace against us in defence of their ball. I'm interested in them psychologically speaking. Now, there's the flirfs, because you can put the flirf video in front of me, and I'm like, this is less interesting because it's so basic to pull apart somebody who doesn't have a full and complete grasp of the world that's in front of them, and then be able to simplistically boil it down to a couple of statements about how it's dealt with. Earth's measured flat being one example of that, right? Our current rhetoric. Well, the flirfs that can't quite get to that point yet is because they are limited in terms of their understanding of the subject matter at this stage. They're utilising flat earth prerequisites that have been incorporated into globe assertions, and therefore they can't see past the utilisation by their opponent of this flat earth prerequisite rather than it being what it is, just a flat earth prerequisite that would end the discussion immediately. So there's a certain whistling past the graveyard aspect of the flat earth that's been in existence for 10 years since I've been here, minimum. So you go, oh, okay, well, that's boring. But why do the ballers come? They've got the consensus behind them. Yeah? I mean, us being what they tell us is a tiny majority of idiots. It's like, okay, if you genuinely believe that and were balls to bones certain about your faith in a ball, you wouldn't need to be here. Psychologically speaking, you'd be like completely and utterly indifferent to our existence. It wouldn't matter to you. But it does. That's interesting. Let's have a look at it. What's that? No, you want to argue about me about how the geometric positional system, blah, blah, boring, fat, smelling, bollocks. Who cares? Yeah. I'm more interested in you. I know it's measured flat, and I don't care about what you've got to say about it. Nobody, A, asked you for your opinion. Nobody, B, gives a shit what you've got to say about it. And C, you're inconsequential to the world at large. But here you are talking to me, aren't you, dweeb? So that's interesting. So I want to figure that out. And then our rhetoric in terms of just talking about the person that comes and does that will take over. That's how they've done it. The Globers have made Flat Earth into the people and talking about how the people behave. Well, okay. I like to pick up their weapons that they use against us and then go, this is a cool weapon. Check it out. Let's psychoanalyze them. Why are you here? If you're confident, go in peace. I'll even give it you. Yeah, okay. I won't even add that Earth's measured flat to achieve your ball. Just, have your ball. On your way. Yeah, we're just nutters. You're right. Bunch of lunatics talking about flat Earth measurements. Yeah. On you go. What you can't, you're compelled to be here. Now, that is fascinating. Let's have a little look inside that little brain of yours. Let's crack open your skull and have a little peer inside.
Well, the same goes for Mr. Destructive Dichotomy. Go ahead, yeah, have your way with it. But why do they still constantly message me and want to be part of this if they got a measured flat destructive dichotomy? Why is it so important that they want to be on here with us?
Exactly. This is something that's interesting. Yeah, the being flat bit is going to always exist in the mind's eye of your average normie as being a crucial debate. Nah, they all find it boring. Most of them are happy with the overarching rhetoric that's been magically installed about the subject, which isn't that the subject dealt with by idiots? Enough for any normie to just whistle on by without care in the world. It's like, I've still got my mortgage to pay. I don't need to get involved with those idiots. And that's enough thought for me. Not, I've always thought sea level was level. They're not doing those. Those people idiots. Society says yes. Can dedicate zero cognitive power to this. Moving on to mortgage payments.
Remember the kid? You know the kid on the playground that got beat up in the fight, but he doesn't want to admit he lost, so he yells insults as he runs away from the guy that just beat him up. It's kind of, I think, part of how they're dealing with it.
Yeah, there is a certain level of low... The type of men that come and oppose us are really low societal value men. And it's like they've found a little corner where, look, you're lower status than me. Society says you're lower status than me. Therefore, I can come and tell you, don't you realise that the gas wouldn't fill the space? There's gravity forces applied to it. Actually, gravity pulls it back down as it goes up. You're like, number one, who the fuck asked you to come and talk to us, you snot-nosed little prick? Number two, carry on insulting me to my face and I will break your teeth. Number three, we have progressed intellectually beyond the shit that you want to assert to us. Like we've asked you, like you've got any consequence. So these little snotty, spot-faced dweebs need putting right back in their place. Now, just because the world at large has suggested to the normies that your average stereotypical flat earther is a goofy conspiratard, doesn't mean that when you come here and talk to us, you won't get a broken mouth just because you've opened it in front of our presence. No. You can still have your teeth knocked out, metaphorically, by us. Yeah? Now, we are a unique group here on Flat Earth Debate. We're not the conspiratard wankers that you have stereotyped us with. We're the people that punch you in the face when you come up and start snot-nosingly tell us that actually, with some shit that's about 10 years old as far as our intellectual prowess is concerned. What, you think we didn't hear about the gravity force that's 111 years out of date, replaced with a pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geometry that's, quote, not a force? But you think that you can come and tell us actually? Yeah, that's where you get a slap. That's where I will point out, moving forward, what these dweebs actually are. You are the lowest of the low. That's why you've got to come and talk and converse with what are perceived by the general public to be the lowest of the low below you. That's flat earthers. And what a surprise when you get here, you get your teeth knocked out and your point in shatters as you disappear into the distance, going, you're just a bunch of poo-poo heads. Yeah, I'm calling the police. Yeah, you do that, dweeb. Meanwhile, your force that's not a force that you can think of as a force is described by your own pathetic guru religion as being not really a force at all. But you felt so bold as to come and tell us how we didn't understand why the gas doesn't fill the space in line with entropic dispersion. No, you are a dweeb. You're interested in entropic dispersion. You're interested in how things defy laws of nature, because you've got an adenoidal belief that you want to express to the people that the society that surrounds you and hates you has said can be mocked, that are lower than you. Well, guess what? You're still going to get a nose that's broken at the end of your interaction with us. Shockingly, the people who tower above you with menacing eyes don't want to hear how you had a high school education in gravity being a force. Yeah? Your pathetic and low worth nature wouldn't give us the time of day in an actual social setting, because you'd have the living shit kicked out of you for even coming over and talking to us. But here online, there's brave pills. Well, now, moving forward, I'm going to, first and foremost, every single time there is an interaction with one of these dweebs, go and look at my comments. You'll see the absolute disdain that I bestow on the people who comment in my comment section about how actually there's a force of gravity holding gas here. I would beat the living shit out of you. I would smash your glasses, kick you in the teeth, and ask why the fuck you had the nerve to come in and start correcting me when I don't even know you. That's what would happen to you in society. That's why you're here, talking to what society deems to be the scum of the earth, us. Well, what do you know? There's a certain group that when you come across them, they just knock the shit out of you. Not because they're metaphorically in need of beating somebody up, but because mentally we understand how pathetic your limited, low-value knowledge of the world you actually inhabit is. But you feel that you've got the right to come and insult us when you bestow your pathetic, low-value information upon us, like we didn't know? Wrong, dweeb. Get a load of us. We know exactly how your rhetoric works, to the point where we are sick of it. But you feel you can interject yourselves onto us to make yourselves feel better? Because there's been an inkling of doubt. We know why you're really here. Through fear! Well, I'll make you fear God when you're on the floor having your head stamped open, so we can have a little look inside your brain. See what makes a pathetic little weasel tick. That's what we'll do. Stamp on your head so we can crack open your skull and metaphorically examine you from a psychological perspective. Because you're amusing to us now. That's what this boils down to. You're nothing more than an amusement. And we'll take our amusement from you, as opposed to you taking pain relief from us. Those days are long gone. Now I can reach that rhetoric after stopping concerning myself with telling these idiots how flat Earth is measured, because I don't give a shit if they know anymore. Right beneath the surface of them pretending that they want to learn something is them wanting to tell us that we're homos and have our balls cut off or jump off tall buildings. So you're going to start getting it back. As the dweebs that societally have been hated for the majority of their natural-born lives out in the real frickin' world. Here, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you might be able to with other tosspot flat earther conspiratards. That's not us. We're the type that will smash your glasses, stamp on your face, and then examine your brain as you lie there kicking and screaming in a seizure. That's what we'll do to you. Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Well, I got a live one here. So you think 60 nautical miles or 69 miles per degree, moving away from any coordinate on flat Earth is working flat though you admit it as an arc length on your protractor?
Tractors don't measure miles. It's confusing a distance measurement that's a calculation or extrapolation of a system that's derived from moving away from Polaris when you measure the flat surface level for its decreasing angle through the arc of the protractor. The arc of the protractor is not a length in distance. It's not going to give you nautical miles. That's a convention we've invented. The measurement's just a flat Earth angle off surface level, though.
Well, he started out, right? His name is Reality Trumps Axioms. And he said, is there any flat earther here supporting their protractor giving a constant distance per degree of co-altitude for a flat map?
That's not our
claim.
claim.
All maps are flat.
That's not our claim. It's not our map. What's he talking about? We don't have a measurement of Polaris. The system on screen that you can see now is used to infer a globe. It's like saying, see this surface level, that's my flat Earth measurement. What, the one that's being utilised for altitude so you can derive a dip below the surface level and call it Earth curve? Suddenly I've got to take account for this. No. Me detailing how flat surface level is and how parallel eye level was in this diagram that's used to derive sphericity, calculate sphericity after flat Earth measurements. Yeah, the measurements of surface level are flat. That's just a fact. What's that? So I've got to take ownership of the rest of it? No. Once you measure Earth flat for Polaris, that's a surface level measurement. The altitude angle, altitude, is forming one of the lines along the surface level. The other is the line up to Polaris that drops through your protractor 1 degree as you back away from it. Now, that's not my measurement or my claim. It's latitude that they wrap around a ball after measuring Earth flat to achieve it. I'm not taking any ownership of this. Do I accept? No, I don't accept anything. Couldn't give a shit either. Now I want to know why this dweeb's here talking to us. If you accept that Earth is a sphere through your derivation of the flat Earth measurements of Polaris to infer the latitude system on a sphere, if that's good enough for you, those flat Earth measurements that create that system, why are you here talking to us? Let's smash your skull open and have a look inside your brain. Go in peace. If that's good enough for you, what's that? You want to hold me accountable for this system that's measured flat? I haven't measured it. I don't care either. I just know it's measured flat. That's a fact. Not for me, for people to make a ball and wrap latitude around it. That's not me. But the measurement's flat, whether you like it or not. What's that? You don't like how it's measured flat and then turned into a ball? So just chuck the whole lot out and piss off. I don't care. Do what you like. But I'm more intrigued to why you're here talking to us. Why aren't you satisfied? If you think that the arc measurement is the surface, that's the arc of the protractor, you measured the angles to Polaris, is the surface, then good for you. Bless your little cotton socks. Why the fuck are you here talking to us?
That's my question. Why are you here? Seems like they don't know how a measurement works. Go ahead, one day.
Just saying, just plus talking about protractors, the horizontal baseline of the protractor to form the elevation angle is called the 0 degree baseline. Just to let you know that.
Then that's you expressing an understanding of it as opposed to declaring that it's yours, right? One deck.
Yeah, it's not mine. I'm just pointing out that's what it's called. It's a horizontal 0 degree baseline.
Correct. Yeah, you got guys in chat saying the same thing. Measured flat is all that matters, really. So, like, people try to ignore them, but they just keep coming back. The question is, does anyone think 69 miles per degree gives a correct enough distance for any GP?
Let's just say it again. I mean, I'm in my sandwich here, but bloody hellfire. That's a flat Earth measurement, right?
Yep.
once you've measured Earth flat, that's 90. That's with Polaris below you at your zenith. As you back away from Polaris, it drops 1 degree as you move away from it, 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles, right? That's a convention. We invented that. It's not the measurement. We're not measuring distance with an angle to Polaris. That's degrees. It's just line along the ground, line to Polaris. It's a flat Earth measurement. Is it mine? Do I take ownership? I couldn't give a shit. Literally, I couldn't care less. This system that is measured flat, that's the end of the sentence. I don't need to add anything to that. What's that? Do I accept the convention? No, I don't give a shit. Literally, couldn't care less. I don't care about the measurement either. It ipso facto is a flat Earth measurement, whether you decide to argue with us or not. Now, at this point, you're interrupting my sandwich. You're annoying me. Piss off, you stupid fucktard dweeb. We don't want to fucking talk to you anymore. If you can't understand flat measurement, degrees, drops towards horizon in degrees with respect to the surface level, that's what it fucking is. Now piss off, yeah? We're not interested in talking to you. You're annoying and boring. You want to argue about a fucking angle. It's dull. It's never going to get you laid. You're an annoying adenoidal spot-faced twat who's now come and encroached on other people's time, and now we're telling you, fuck off! We haven't got any time for you, dweeb. Is this good enough? You like me hamming it up?
Yeah, he doesn't want to go away, though, Nathan. He just keeps coming back, saying, so we can toss it out if you think it is flat.
Yes.
No constant distance per
Toss it out.
degree or consistent GP.
Yeah, toss it all out. We don't give a shit. Do what you like. Get lost, though.
But don't you want to know which statements about flat Earth can even be geometrically consistent?
Again, fuck off. You'd have got your teeth knocked out at this point 3 times. Fuck off. We don't want to be around you. Fuck off. You're annoying. We hate you. Fuck off. We don't want to discuss flat Earth prerequisites that you don't understand. You dumb fuck. At this point, I'd stamp on your skull. That's what I'd do. I've told you, fuck off. You're still hanging around demanding shit from me, so I feel justified in stamping on your skull to metaphorically have a little look inside and see what the fuck makes you tick, you pathetic, low-value human.
Oh, we got it. We got a statement here. It can be shown it does not work for flat Earth.
The flat Earth measurement doesn't work for flat Earth. That's a bit odd.
Yeah.
You gotta laugh. So the measurements he brings with degrees and distance don't work on a flat map. First of all maps are flat. You retard.
It's just psychological dilemma for them. I mean, obviously, this to and throwing and talking nonsense is obviously just giving them some sort of comfort, possibly. Skipping past the actual angles and latitude measurements.
Exactly.
And then, yeah, I mean, I'm looking into it. We're looking into why they're behaving like this. And obviously, there's a bit of cog dis going on. Not sure what else is going on, but we all know what an elevation angle is. We all know sea level's level. And that's how latitude is measured for all mapping and navigation. It's flat.
He's not listening to anybody in chat. Michael 808 says your degree necessitates the horizontal baseline of that angle. Doesn't listen, just keeps going. We don't like you. At reality trumps axioms. The reality is Earth is measured flat. That trumps everything.
Yeah, it's flat, and every word that comes out of anybody's mouth to describe the geometry of Earth will be describing a elevation angle, definitely, without a doubt.
Let's get this straight again. Explain to me what sea level means, one deck.
Do you mean sea level, mate?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's the 0 degree baseline, same as the baseline on is termed as a protractor for all elevation profiles on Earth. That's what's used. That's the starting point. That's what we was given. It is actually level. We use that then to proceed with all of the measurements. That's what we've been given. A level baseline, 0 degree baseline across the Earth, across all the oceans, for all mapping, so we can navigate this place, which everybody's been doing for some time now. Works quite well.
So why are we being held to 69 nautical miles or 60 miles? Why are we being held to any type of circumference? And what is the point if they're arguing, if you use all those, so somehow pi equals 2? What does that have to do with sea level?
Nothing. If they're saying, if I can brace against a convention that you didn't invent and you're not even, or I'm not even adhering myself to, what's that? You don't like 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles? Okay, just reject it. I don't give a shit. No, but you must accept it. You use it as a flat Earth proof. No. To derive it, the star called Polaris was measured off a flat plane. Not by me. I don't give a shit. You say that's wrong? Okay. Go and speak to the map makers. Moan about the latitude system. I don't give a shit. Do what you like. Oh, you need to account it to me for its wrongness. I don't give a shit. How it's measured, according to the people who measure it, is on screen now. Here's a line along the ground. Here's a line up to what's labelled satellite. That's it. Simple.
Yeah, it was simple for me. I don't know why they're trying to complicate it, because some circumference don't line up. It wasn't my circumference in the first place. It's a globe circumference, you morons. We are flat earthers.
So are they, Neil. So is everybody on this Earth.
I think they should take it to the universities. Take your pi equals 2 and your elevation angle measurements don't give you 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles or 69 statute. Take that to the universities, and I'll really go over. I think you'll be the hotness of the town. I mean, people will basically cheer for you. They'll lay out buses for you to be on the top of open top buses for you to come into the town and be praised. You're like Batman. You're fighting for the good of the elevation angle measurement derivation of the 60 nautical miles. I mean, you have it. It's on you. You've got my permission, by the way. I know you're very concerned about us. I give you my permission. I will metaphorically lay my hand upon your head and say, you may go to the universities with this. I think it's genius. You're very smart. Pi equals 2. Bless you. Very clever.
Oh, no. So no, a flat map cannot retain a constant distance per degree from all points on the map. Proof done. Now you know such a flat Earth doesn't exist.
And most of the maps have been fudged with globe projections. I wouldn't take ownership of any of them. They're all shit. What's that? You need to ascribe one to me. Didn't we tell you to fuck off or we'd stamp on your head? I vaguely remember telling you that. Just give us your address. We'll report you to the police because it's beyond that now. It's now harassment. We don't give a fuck about you and your use of maps. You are boring everybody to the point where we want to hurt you, physically cause you pain because of how much pain you're mentally causing us with your boring shit. This is what this is. Fart-sniffing, dweeb-laden, boring shit that you think is important. No, I don't think it's important. I couldn't give a shit. What's that? Because I understand that measuring Earth flat for elevation angles has been, that's not me, has been derived into a system that we call latitude, or derived into a system of nautical miles for the degree measurement of Polaris as the base system that we extrapolated that convention with. Oh, I said we! So suddenly what? That makes it mine? Nah. I wouldn't be so bold. I wouldn't stand on the shoulders of those geniuses that came up with that system. I don't necessarily say it's correct either. I haven't checked. Maybe you could go and check. I would say you're probably better suited because of your intellectual superiority over me. You are better suited to go and check whether or not we actually get 60 nautical miles as we back away from Polaris. Go and check, you boring dweeb. Because we hate you. We would sooner see you die at sea attempting this fucking futile, idiotic task than entertain a single more second in your company. Because we absolutely despise you. We think you're irritating and boring. You don't take a hint. We tell you to fuck off. We threaten you with violence and you're still hanging around. It's a testament to how low value you are. But actually, 1 degree of 60 nautical miles is measured off a flat plane, therefore it doesn't work on a flat plane. Boring. Dweebs. It's tedious. They just don't seem to get it. They don't understand how tedious they are. They think they're interesting.
Well, they're trying to fit what we say on a globe. So if it don't fit, you must acquit. So you must acquit the globe. Agreed. We're just telling you that it's measured flat. If you take one flat measurement, Nathan, just one flat measurement, can the Earth be a sphere?
I don't know, but Unitox Femu says, how many Batmans do we have on a globe via the super chat? Thank you very much indeed, Unitox Femu. Really appreciate the support.
What was that super chat? How many Batmans can we have on a globe?
Yes.
We got a lot of them.
Yeah? Is that what you guys think? Yeah, McToon and Craig with your Batman logos. You think you're saving the fucking world. I look at you like the biggest fucking dweebs there are. That's how I view you. Because it's true. You're interested in boring shit. Your idea of fun is fucking off to the coldest place on Earth to measure Earth flat with angles. To you, that's excitement. To me, it is the most boring, fart-sniffing, dweeb-laden shit any single person could do. That's what I view you as. Boring. Sad. Pathetic betas and gammas who think they are Batman.
I mean, nobody had to do anything. I mean, it's always been measured flat. But one, as I've just described, we've got sea level that was given us. It was just here. And we've used the 0 degree baseline across all the connected oceans for all mapping. Just that's how it works.
I've got an idea. I've got an exciting lads' night out for you. How about this? How about, as a lads' night out, we go to the coldest place on Earth, a really long trip, to spend time in a little cold shed with other nasally dweebs to set up tripods and measure the sun for a day. Does that sound like excitement to you? If you have found that exciting, then you are as boring as fuck. Like, seriously, get a grip. You're not Batman. Did Batman go, to fight justice, I will go to Antarctica with my tripod? Is that what Batman says? Yeah? Is that what you think you are, Batman? Going to Antarctica to measure Earth flat with angles for 24 hours. Is that what Batman does? No, it's not. It's just what dweebs do. You're dweebs. That's what you are. Dweebs. Yeah? We're going to put you back in your place. Let you absolutely know how dweeby you are.
Listen to this one. It is verified, though, and we use it in CellNav for our circles of equal altitude. Now, if you can't comprehend it from there, I can't help you, my friend.
Sorry, circles of equal altitude. So, yeah, Earth's flat with these circles. Yes, we know. Meanwhile, actually, in cell navigation, but you're just so boring. Can you hear yourselves? You're talking about how celestial navigation works. You're not on a boat. You don't own a boat. You're not cracking open beers having learnt this information. Now, I say this because at some point someone's going to say, neither are you. Yeah, I was. My sister owned a couple of boats. She didn't buy them so she could bore the tits off people talking about CellNav. She barely mentioned it. Yes, she got trained in it. She paid her hard-earned money and learned how to do it. Why? So I could be out with her and her friends partying on the boat. Sunbathing on the deck. That's what I remember. Doing the cool stuff that people with boats do. Now, you aren't that person. You're not cool, and you're not out on a boat. And if you were, you'd be boring the tits off everybody. Nobody would want to party with you out on the boat doing the cool things that boats afford people. You'd be boring people about how cell nav works and how actually pi equals 2. You boring bunch of twats. Yeah? You lead dull lives. You talk about dull things. These are facts. You don't have to like it, but it's true. You're just boring. Bloody dweebs. They're just like flies around shit, aren't they?
Yeah, they still want to hang around here. To Nathan, it is ignoring evidence that contradicts measured flat because putting effort into thinking is boring. There is no evidence
stop, Neil. Again.
Measured flat.
He's calling me boring. Bang! You just get your teeth knocked out. That's what would happen to you in society. Oh, well, you're telling somebody who's told you to fuck off, called you boring and threatened to smash your skull open. Now you're still insulting us. Again, you'd have the ever-living piss kicked out of you in reality, in society. You know you're fucking hated. Yeah, that's why you've got to come here and do it with us. It's not like you're going and doing it with the cool people. You're not going challenging Joe Rogan now, are you? You've come and challenged flat earthers. So how does this get perceived by the rest of society that already fucking hates you anyway? Oh, you went and won a debate with flat earthers, did you, dweeb? Oh, how cool. You went and won against the flurfs. Aren't they really stupid? Is that the best you could do? Going and arguing with people that were considered stupid? Yeah, that's about as good as you can get away with. That's the standard for you fucking low-life, low-value dweeb. You think how it would be reacted to? I won against the flurf! Really? Oh, okay. What did you win about? Did you get a car? Did you get a boat out of it? You didn't. We got to talk about how cell nav is actually not working on a flat plane when you take flat angles. Oh, really? That's so commendable, dweeb. You must be really proud of yourself. Can you leave me and my mates to have our drinks now? No, I'm going to stay with you! No, we don't like you. We prefer you pissed off. That would be the society that's generally quite polite. Don't immediately tell you to fuck off like I do. Yeah? Not the super hyper-aggressive ones, just the normies. Eventually, they'd be turning their nose up immediately at your boring shit that you spout at them, like they give a fuck. For a moment, they thought, has this guy got a boat? We're going to go out party. Oh, you don't have a boat. You're just a boring dweeb talking about how boats work when you haven't got one. How boring is that? For a second there, we thought you were cool and you might invite us out on your boat that you haven't got.
Saying there's no evidence of the Earth being measured flat, but the flatness of Earth is used for all measurements.
Yeah, I just asked him to give me his globe measurements.
That's where you're going wrong. You see, you're entertaining these people.
No. I'm sick of telling him it's measured flat. He's not listening. He's telling me it's a globe, so I can give you the flat measurements. You're not adhering to them. You're telling me pi equals 2 or whatever. So now I'm telling you, give me a globe measurements then.
He's only got sea level, Neil. That's what he'll have to use. That's what we was given on this Earth.
That's why I'm asking him.
All measurements going forward are from a level baseline. 0 degree baseline sea level.
Any measurement he gives me is going to be flat. So I want his globe measurements. Maybe it'll open his eyes a little bit.
Why? Why do you want to open this person's eyes? I would sooner stamp on his head.
Because we're entertaining him. I started reading it, so we're entertaining it. So listen to what you get when you ask a direct question. Neil, in order for you to understand it, you must first understand how measured flat is just a presumption that using measurements can be shown to fail, but you make it an absolute law. No, the measurements don't fail.
Hold on. No. So he's elevated you to godlike status. Absolutely. So it's Neil's law. He doesn't seem to understand. Wait, let's not work. No, Neil's not the arbiter of this stuff, you dumbass. Right? Hello? It's not Neil's law. Right? You elevating him onto this pedestal that we can so concisely psychologically analyse. Yeah? You got him on that pedestal. Neil's law, you say? Hello? Careful who you worship. That's what you're doing. You're putting Neil on a pedestal. Neil's law? No, Neil didn't make any of these measurements. They're not his systems. They're flat. They're angles from surface level, like the degrees of Polaris as described by the people who do utilise them. That's not us. Yeah, we're not going to have this tarred ownership. So you can then say it's wrong. Go and speak to the people who produced those systems then. That's not us. I mean, they are flat and nothing will change how an angle, that's a degree, is utilised. Not by me, I couldn't give a shit. When I was out with my sister on a boat, I wasn't worried about how the sextant worked. I was worried about sunbathing on the deck. That's it. You don't seem to get that. You are deeply concerned. You'd be in with the captain going, well, how does the sail nav work then? Can you show me a sextant? That's what you'd be doing, you boring twat.
I'm more on this using measurements can be proven to fail, then that means your globe has failed because you use flat Earth measurements to turn into a globe.
I already did this earlier. Yeah, okay, it fails. Okay. So on you go with it failing. I don't care. I'm not using it. I don't need it. See this on screen? I didn't come up with this diagram. Is it a flat Earth measurement? Yeah, it's an altitude angle. I mean, you've got you as the observer, a flat plane, and this, which would give you a degree ascribable to it where it says altitude. Now, do I need it? No, I'm good. I mean, it might help me pack these microphones away, but it probably won't, and I probably don't give a shit. But I'm not so boring as to care. But the people who find this deeply emotionally troubling, the dweebs, want to project some influence onto people like Neil. Like Neil's law? What the fuck is wrong with you dweebs? I mean, come on. Seriously.
I kind of like the sound of that, though. Makes me feel important. Neil's law.
Yeah, that's part of the trick, Neil. If he can make you important in this, like you are consequential to the flat earth dichotomy, then when he makes you wrong, because he shows how a system of measuring angles to a star doesn't create a pi value that he's happy with, then suddenly he's right because he's shown you wrong about something that wasn't yours, that you didn't take ownership of, that you couldn't give two shits about, and is actually very boring. But this nerd, if he can elevate you on that pedestal, where it's Neil's law, well, if Neil's law's wrong, he must be right. My God, you dweebs are so dull. Find a woman.
I'm going to give you Neil's law. A 25-foot measurement is 25 feet. A 100-mile distance is 100-mile distance. That is the law. And it cannot fail because that's how it's measured.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's like you're arguing, like John says, we're going to argue about an inch.
Yes, they will. Dweebs love that kind of stuff, Neil. Well, actually...
An inch is really arc. This is all taking place in your chat, too. Isn't there an open door, Nathan? Like, can he join the show if he wanted to? This guy whose name is Reality... what is his name again? Reality Trumps Axioms. Couldn't he just come right through the door and have a conversation?
Yes, he could.
Right? It's like, it's not like it to. We liken ourselves to a bar, right? It's like everybody's in the bar having a drink, having a good time, and somebody's outside yelling. And the door's open. And we keep saying, buddy, the door's open. We can't hear you. But the door is open. You can come in. What's that you said? Tell the bartender that I can't hear him, Nathan.
Yeah, it just beggars belief. I mean, these people are sad.
But they want to be around us. They want to hang out in the bar, but they don't want to go through the door. You know why they don't want to go through the door, right?
Because they're zombies. They're struggling to open the door.
They'll get glass too.
But like I say, it is amusing to psychoanalyze these dweebs. And that's really all they've got to offer us at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, just telling us we're wrong about something we had nothing to do with. All we're saying is it's measured flat. Look at the elevation angle. It's a 90, right? So it's measured flat. No. Pi equals 2. So it can't be that. It doesn't match the globe.
Yeah, if your calculation disagrees with measurement, the calculation's wrong, not the measurement.
Yeah, this guy was saying the measurements fell.
Okay. The flat measurements that are used fail. Okay, so don't use them. No worries. You've got my permission. You don't have to use them. It's no problem. When you're out on your boat, don't use them. But you haven't got a boat. Oh, for a second there, we thought you were cool. No, just a boring dweeb wants to argue about nothing that's consequential.
Sorry to be that guy, but in turn, does that mean you think Dave Weiss is cool because of his boat?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Definitely. I was quite jealous when I heard that he'd taken out Jaren to support him in his endeavours. Yeah, I mean, obviously these guys that went down to Antarctica along with the other dweebs, yeah, they all had a little shindig on Dave's boat. It's nice, you know, it's paid for with that money. You paid for that boat if you bought Dave's app.
This guy's out of his mind. So it is your presumption that no measurement can even show you measured flat?
Like
no,
the one on screen.
the measurements do
all of them.
show it.
All of them. Just none of them are ours, right? Just because we can point out every single measurement ever revolves around surface level. No pun intended. Like this. Did I go to Alexandria? No, I didn't know. Was Alexandria claimed to be part of the measurement with an angle as demonstrated by a diagram that I did not draw? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly what was claimed. Did I claim it? No. What about if you start telling me that this means that pi equals 2? Will that mean it's mine? No, definitely not. It is just a flat earth measurement, though. If you're dumb, you won't recognise how this is a 90, forming part of a triangle. Now, you can deny that and say, no, it's not the ground. No, the ground. You're just a dweeb. Yeah? You worry about what Aristophanes did because you're a dweeb. We point out it's a flat earth elevation angle. It is. They can say, no, it isn't. It won't work on a flat map. I couldn't give a shit. You're just boring the tits off everyone. Don't you get it?
I kind of had a feeling that it was Bev, but somebody just verified this is Bev. Bye, Bev. We will not entertain you anymore. You're a moron.
Bev looks like this guy that I'm describing. This adenoidal, snot-nosed, ugly little fuckface that would have had the ever-living shit bullied out of him constantly at school. If you want to know what that person looks like, go and look at a picture of Bev Try Thinking. That is what that person looks like. Yeah? He's even got the snot stain on his sleeve before he said actually. That's what Bev looks like. Bev, you're an irritating cunt.
I thought we just had sea level to deal with from the beginning, the level plane. So then that's where all measurements have come from, the flatness, levelness of Earth, and the oceans all entwined together for all mapping and navigation. I mean, it's just the way we had to deal with things,
No, see, but once Nathan says that they use flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris to create their globe, now it's being charged to us. Like we did it. And now it's not lining up. So we did it.
Yeah, I get it. I understand it. Right, a couple of little, I say housekeeping, not in the truest sense of the flat earth debate, housekeeping, but in the sense of my housekeeping. So I've got about half a dozen, no, more than that, about a dozen microphones left. So if there are any videographers out there, I've been shouting this out for a year, but it's in more sincerity than ever, because eventually I'm just going to run out of these microphones and there won't be any to give away. But if you're a videographer and you happen to have crap sound and you want a free microphone, drop me a line and I'll post you one. So I've posted out several, albeit overseas, microphones to people that have asked me. Hopefully Roger will get his soon, but certainly 007's had his, and there was various other YouTube videographers. Brian got a mic and Adam got a mic, and there's been a few other people that have got mics from me. But if you're one of those people and you're producing audio and a fellow YouTuber, I want to give you a free microphone, so just drop me a line. Let me know if you want it. So that's the first order of business. Secondly, before we do complete, which will be imminent, the 8th draft of All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth, or Measured Flat, by Nathan Oakley, you can have your name mentioned in the back of the book in an acknowledgement section. So if you're currently a patron, you'll get your name automatically mentioned. But if you did want to specifically get your name mentioned in the book, then you need to join at the Be in the Book Patreon level. Links below this video. Obviously, a massive, huge, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. But if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. We have reached our destination. All change, please. All change.
Did the show end? I had to step away.
The live show ended, yeah. Doesn't mean we can't still have fun. But I will turn my lights off because it's getting hot. Good.
Heard anything off Chuck yet, Nathan? Sorry.
Off who?
You heard anything from Chuck yet? I've got a template.
No, I haven't actually.
From Chuck?
No, not yet. I'm sure we will. I've heard from 10th though. 10th is his mate, I should say. And yeah, I've spoken to. They keep in reasonably regular contact. So when I let both of them know that the 7th draft had been complete, I got a response back from 10th, but just not from Chuck. I've sent him I sent him another email yesterday, actually, by chance, as you asked, just explaining the things that I'd need from him. So I'm sure he'll get back to me in his own good time. Right, hopefully you'll keep the conversation going while I put this mic box away. Now I'm finished with it.
What's there to talk about? It's measured flat.
How's this audio, Neil? Does it sound any good at all? This Bluetooth setup I've got going on.
If that's Bluetooth, you sound better than any Bluetooth I've ever heard before. Usually Bluetooth, you don't get in that clear.
I saw Nathan has a hard copy, or a copy of the cover at least. That looked pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's a mock-up
for the moment, but it's not mock-up.
Yeah, it's a mock of what it's going to be. So just to get the idea.
I mean, that's cool too. You got to visualize sometimes, you know?
Right, very cool. I mean, think about it, Adam. This has been in the works over 3 years now. And now it's finally coming to a moment in time where it's going to be a literal book distributed to the world.
That's cool though. It's good. It's good timing. Everything's going good. Everything's got to go as it's got to go, because that's how it goes. So we're good.
Yeah, it's all timing. Everything's timing. This one guy was saying that if the Beatles would have hit America, let's say 9 months before, it wouldn't happen. It happened. They came and arrived at the right time. Too early, right after Kennedy's death, wouldn't have taken off. But there was the proper time of mourning and then something to freaking uplift America. So everything is timing. And I believe you can measure time, right? One deck, if we're still here. Can't measure time. It's now. Everything's happening now. Just when there's no past, because what I just said, now, it's gone.
I mean, there are a lot of times in my life when I totally understand what that means. But yeah, we can measure it. Yeah.
Yeah, the funny thing is we all know what she was talking about, but she didn't comprehend what we were talking about, no matter what way we tried.
Yes.
Is refractive curvature still here?
Yeah, he's in there.
Yes.
Did you
Busy at
ever?
the moment.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, did you ever hear so many people fighting against measurements in all your life?
No, it's weird to me. I never even thought somebody would try to.
It's troubling. It is troubling when you got people that say that, the measurements could be wrong. Like, can I make a wrong measurement? Yeah, that's why you measure 2 or 3 times to get the right measurement. But once you measure something, that's it. It's law. I think I know why they're fighting so hard against the measurement. Because when you measure something, like you said in the past, it's to know. You know something. You know how far something is, how big something is, right? Because you've measured it. So now you have a knowledge. And we're coming around saying, we measure Earth to be flat. Now it's basically saying we have a knowledge that Earth is flat. And no. That cannot be. So it's being resisted. Both ends. The supposed flat earthers and ballers.
We can't create a globe without knowledge of a flat Earth.
Yes. And now we're getting blamed for that globe because pi equals 2. Don't you know that? The measurements don't line up. You're saying you use flat earth measurements to create the globe. Well, look over here. I'll give you one that this guy's saying now that he's if I don't want to give him any time. Listen to what this guy said. They're blaming
the measurement of Earth.
You can measure time. So Edibert
Is
says,
pi.
reality trumps axioms, must have seen my argument. Axe 10th man, surely his hernia has been fixed. That was a good excuse to disappear after his last bridge sale drive. So he was saying that he's blaming 10th man for this. We are here to correct your mistakes. You make flat earth believers look stupid. Flat earth argument. Here is an argument for you. If one were to say one believes the earth is metric, I'm not going to read. That's his destructive dichotomy. I'll give him no airtime for that. But he was blaming 10th man for something. Oh, 10th man took the off-length distance.
He's got a problem.
Let me read what it said. 10th man took the off-length distance, made it flat, and claimed flat earth 5,400 nautical miles. He never did that. He never said earth was 5,400 nautical miles. What the hell is he talking about? That's the outright lie. When he was given the example of measuring circles of equal altitude, yeah. But he never said that the earth was 5,400 nautical miles.
They're really caught, like when they say pi equals 2 or anything they want to do with the arc length. They're really caught up on the calculations. They're not looking at the measurements. They want to go past them.
And that's always the case. They want to go past the measurement to something that is perceived to be a problem on a globe, or like you say, right to the calculations.
You guys just got to stop festering on those measurements. Those measurement stuff is just a trope.
How can you trust measurements? Jeez. Can't trust a measurement. Just calculate it.
The other day, the guy said, with your flat Earth assumptions in one of the messages that he was sending, and I was like, it's not an assumption; it's a measurement. Assuming would be, taking that measurement and then working it to be the exact opposite of what it is.
Is his name Logic Trumps Axioms?
It was reality trumps.
Reality trumps axioms. I thought it might be Bev. Somebody in the chat said it was Bev.
It felt like Bear to me.
And derived from reality, is he retarded?
Yep. Yes, he's retarded. They all are. But they want to hang out. They want to come here. They think they have a point, refracted.
Isn't an axiom?
I've been waiting for months for them to give it to me. Like I've been waiting with bated breath to this point. It's never come.
Isn't an axiom the same as a truth claim? A logical truth claim?
No, It's just something that always holds true, regardless of logic or reason. It doesn't have no effect on it.
Like a straight line's a straight line.
So it's
Level
like
means no part higher or lower.
so it's like natural law. It's something that's always happens.
Huh.
I mean, it's always true. Horizontal and vertical is always a 90-degree perpendicular relationship.
Right, but natural law is something we observe always, right? So that's why it's not a natural law, it's just an axiom.
Right, but an axiom is something that always is true. It has to be. It's maybe it's a mathematical or geometrical category.
You're like, here's an axiom for you. There are no horizontal lines on a globe.
Yeah, but if you put a tangent line on it, then you can hold that.
Yeah, but that's not on a globe. That's only on one point. Now, you could have horizontal lines inside a globe. But they don't claim to live inside the globe.
Well, and they can't really be horizontal because to be horizontal, it needs to be the frame of reference. I mean, you can put a diameter through a circle,
Yeah,
but it's not horizontal because you don't have anything to compare it to. But it is a straight line.
Horizontal will be parallel to the plane of reference. The plane of reference will be the surface level you're standing on.
Yeah, but he's saying he's saying like what I said, you could have horizontal lines inside a globe. He's saying, really, then what's the reference?
No, you can't have an inside globe either.
They can't have it. So they can't have it at all then.
No, they have no frame of reference.
Well, the frame of reference they use when they're doing globe stuff is the equatorial plane, which is the celestial plane. So that's what they're using as the horizontal frame of reference. For all globe stuff. Right. Well, that's what you get with. That's how you get the poles and the axis, the axial deal is from them imagining the equatorial plane is horizontal for all their math and calculations and stuff, right?
So what though?
I didn't hear that.
Hold on. So what's the horizontal plane in reference to in the equatorial plane? That is the reference plane? But what is it in reference to?
The celestial plane. Anyhow, whenever they reference that, that's how they're taking their Haversine and calculations and stuff like that from the actual horizontal plane of the horizon of the surface that they're measuring from, and they're counting that as parallel with the equatorial plane mathematically, and that's how they're making it
horizontal, because they have to, because they're comparing it to the actual horizontal plane of the surface you're standing on that you're measuring your angles from.
Yeah, that I know. All I'm saying is, if you're saying you can have no horizontal lines inside of a globe, then where did they come up with the equatorial plane? What is that in reference to?
Begins with P.
Huh?
It's the area of equal elevation formed by the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris.
I was going to say exactly that, but I'm trying to shy away from being a ninja.
Hold on a second. You tell me I can't have a freaking there are no flat surfaces on a globe, right? You can have some in a globe. You told me no because there's no reference to it. But then you're telling me there's an equatorial plane.
Equatorial plane comes from the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, that is the latitude at which you can no longer see Polaris. And then that is assumed to be the...
Yeah, but that's done on the surface.
Yeah.
It's not done in the freaking center of the sphere.
Yeah, that's problematic.
But inside the protractor.
This is very dweeby talking about this anyway. What the heck?
Look, the jock can go... Let's just get this out of the way, right? The jock can go to the drama class, right? But the drama student cannot go to the football field. Do you understand?
I see. I got you. It was boring as shit, though, you gotta admit.
I will say it is cathartic a little bit in that you can't talk this specifically with the Glober who just refuses to understand any of it. So it is kind of nice to be able to chit chat dweebiness without getting called a name.
Oh shoot! I didn't even see these. Listen to this first message I got at 9:09 a.m. So that means the show wasn't even running for freaking 10 minutes. No one can hear any difference in his nerdy dweeby sound. Discord and YouTube apply compression to any sound, and so it wipes out any EQ spending. As long as someone has a half-decent mic, that's it. Do you know the difference in anything you hear?
That's complete nonsense. Who said that?
Edda Bear.
He's just talking total shit. Even when he harks on about sound, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Compression is a limitation of dynamic range. EQ is a variation in frequency. So if you change a given frequency, that is to say, it's louder compared to the other frequencies, and then you squash the overall dynamic range of that signal, that will not change how you EQ things. Everything, and I do mean everything that you listen to, is compressed. that's professionally produced. Does that mean they don't use fucking EQ? Because Edinburgh says if you EQ something, it's counteracted by compression. It's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Well, he's saying all of that to get to the point where basically $750 panels, but he begs for an iPad. Why is he so concerned about what you do? Has he given you a dime, Nathan?
I'm dropping those hints, hoping that someone will take pity on me and go, "Oh, have a couple of £100. Buy yourself a panel." I
get it, and you got a great community. But does he give you anything?
No.
So why should he be concerned?
Because he doesn't. Because he hates us. Right. It's crabs in a bucket, right? It is easier to bring another man down than it is to build yourself up. So Edinburgh and Bev and these other low-value gammas, they just all abide by the same shit reasoning. If I can bring that guy down, that will elevate me. And you're like, you're just delusional dweebs.
So what's this make him? No content, mics, acoustic treatment, tiresome flat earth pamphlet. That's it day after day. But you're here.
Yeah, exactly. So speaks volumes to you then. These idiots. They amuse me though, I've got to be honest.
He might also be going on surveyors' Discord channels and hating on them, and cartographers as well, because they all measure a flat as well.
Yeah.
They could go there. We went there. We got treated harshly. I wonder how they'll be treated.
They already know how they're going to get treated societally. Nothing's going to change in that. They wouldn't be here trying to win one over what society considers to be the lowest of the low. I mean, I don't give a fuck what society perceives me as. I couldn't give a shit. I'm way beyond that. But these people value it deeply. They want to be higher in a social hierarchy, don't they? Just like cook to it and then try and demean us, crabs in a bucket style. I mean, it's tedious.
You cannot psychoanalyze that no one's allowed to talk to Dweeb Nathan. He is scared and in hiding. Now that is word psychoanalyzing. When pressure is applied, the subject matter expert crumbles. Not even a metaphorical rebuttal of logical reasoned argument.
Again, very telling. So I suggest that the order of the day is psychoanalytical by nature. And they say, yes, we will psychoanalyze. You're like, my God, these people don't have an original thought in their head, do they? But Nathan said it, so I will now apply it to Nathan. You're like, dweebs, my God. Have you never had an original thought? My God.
I told you.
I'm just saying Edinburgh, I mean, I don't know. I presume he's like a grown man, maybe with a family and kids, but the way he's behaving is like really strange.
We're here to correct our mistakes. That's what he's saying. We are here to correct your mistakes. You make flat earth believers look stupid. Yeah, we want to make flat earth believers look stupid. We're not believers. We're knowers.
Believers.
Yeah, but what do you mean our mistakes? We haven't made any mistakes. We're just like pointing out how Earth's always been measured by other people and how it's been mapped, and we've used the levelness of the oceans entwined with each other for the 0 degree baseline for all other measurements going forward. I mean,
no, on deck, pi equals 2. All right? Circle that, square that circle. Doing the same thing that Alpha Murphy 72 did. It comes in with all flat earth prerequisites and wants to focus on something that don't pertain to us.
Yeah, where is pi in the measurement? I don't get it.
Something to do with the 5,400 nautical miles and 10,800 miles. from pole to pole. So it's a globe. It's a freaking globe claim. Why do I have to answer anything pertaining to a circumference or a globe? That I'm a flat earther.
So is he.
No, he's not.
They're true globers.
If he was to measure Earth, he'd be measuring it flat. He'd be probably using sea level, like everybody. There's no way out of it.
But apparently, when you apply a pi calculation, you end up with the answer of 2. So, what? Why are you bringing this to us? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Okay, responding on real time again. Let's see who's in Discord. Who's in Discord? There's another Fredo in the house. All right, Nathan, now tell me I'm freaking wrong. Tell me I'm wrong now. Fredo. Alpha Murphy 72, stop feeding Edda Bear. All right? You prick. I was right.
You're wrong.
Well, I wasn't
I'd say you're right. I think you should go out and confirm how right you are. I think you should go do some measurements.
Well, Vitaly Z brought it to my attention, and he's 100% right. Because the only time this prick responds to what we're talking about now is when he's in Discord. And he's in Discord. And Edda Bear just responded to the conversation I was just having with John.
I mean, that won't change sea level, will it? Being the 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles on Earth. Won't alter that fact. Will it, Elder Bear?
Busted. The South. You're lucky that BD took my mod powers away. I'd boot your ass so far out of here. Freaking coward. The wife telling you what to do.
The best thing these people can do is just accept that Earth is measured flat, but then if you want to then just believe that it is actually a ball, just do that. But just know it is measured flat in the first instance. But just deal, if you don't want to deal with it and realize that it is actually flat and level, the place we live on, and you want to stay on the ball, stay on the ball. But you've just got to accept that it is measured flat in the first instance. Once you've done that, it will release some pain for you, probably.
Well, that's what Alpha Murphy 72 did. It came with all flat Earth prerequisites and wanted to discuss something else. It's so basic to me.
They want to rip the conceptual from the reference and then attack the reference, but keep the conceptual and then apply it however they want.
That's correct.
They cannot. Sorry.
They try to, though. They try it every day. If there's some globe measurement that don't match up with flat, then flat is wrong. Because
There's no,
go ahead.
you can't do that. You can't. break them apart. It ruins everything if you do. You end up thinking you're in a vacuum of nothingness and on a ball. You try to do that crap.
That's why I'm glad the book is focusing in on that. All the prerequisites. Constantly honing in on that. That's key right there.
Them prerequisites cannot be helped if you're talking about the nature of Earth and the measurement of Earth, because it's flat, level, and horizontal. So you will have to be using that terminology in every instance. Nobody has a choice. You can't get away from it. It's tied in with where we live.
What did Alberuni do?
I'm sick of being attacked for talking about how other people have used planar measurements of Earth, and me being attacked as a flat earther just because I acknowledge that simple fact. It's ridiculous, don't you think?
Yeah, that's exactly, you summed it up very well there.
Beautifully
that's
put,
exactly
John.
what's happening.
Beautifully put.
We're being attacked for no reason. Say that again, John.
I'm tired of being attacked for acknowledging the planar measurements of Earth because I'm a flat earther. I'm just acknowledging the measurements. Like, what's wrong with people?
You get that, Eddie Bear? Alpha? Fredo? We will no longer allow you to attack us because we recognize something. If you don't recognize it, then that's on you. But don't attack us for it.
Could you imagine, like, you go out in the field with a tape measure, you pull it out, you measure out 10 foot, and somebody comes up and decks you out of nowhere?
I was thinking the same thing. I was just thinking the same thing. I'd like go out, take a measurement, and everybody just starts attacking the 20-foot measurement I just took with my tape measure. Oh, boy.
Beat you with a baseball bat. Not on a ball! Not on a ball!
Yeah, but your tape measure's curved on the bottom. Can't you see? That metal tape measure has a curve in it.
Actually, that tape measures on a tangent plane. Don't you realize that? I'm going to hit you now.
Then you go out and you get one of them tailor measurements that tailors use, that's flat cloth. And they'll say, well, that's not accurate because it's not sturdy enough. There's flexibility in the cloth. Can't win.
Just because that horizontal measurement is horizontal doesn't mean it's flat.
Well, let me refrain. Not that it can't win, that they can't comprehend. It's not my problem.
Yeah, it shouldn't be our problem, but Like for some reason, just looking at something is so hard. They'd rather come at us screaming crazy shit at us.
On the bright side, these dweebs represent an extremely small percentage of actual normies who have not spent any of their life.
Here you go.
This.
If one were to say one believes the earth is measured flat, what would be necessary for one to say one knows the earth is measured flat if one has never measured anything? The map makers measured it, you dumbass. Cartographers, people that do celestial navigation, they measure it daily.
Yeah, they use sea level, mean sea level. It's the level plane of the Earth, which we was given. Well, the starting point of all measurements thereafter.
Trying to throw a dagger. Nathan, you never measured anything. How dare you say you know Earth is measured flat if you never measured anything in your life?
Yeah, that's what they want. They want to be able to express their disdain towards us like they've got authority over us. So it's back to society saying we're dumb. Therefore, these dweebs think, I can express authority over them then. That's it. How dare you do anything? Bang! Now you've got broken teeth. Tell me how dare I again. What are you going to do now? Tell you what, mumble that I shouldn't be doing something, that I'm not allowed to say it's flat because I haven't taken out a tape measure. Now I'm stamping on your face. What are you going to do now? That's what happened to them in society. Here, online, I can be that horrible wanker that I've always wanted to be. Hooray! Who should I go and tell that I'm better than them? I know, flat earthers! Let's go, dweebs! Yeah, let's go! Let's tell them about how angles don't work on a plane!
Okay, so then why ain't they going after freaking surveyors then?
Because they'd beat the shit out of them, that's why.
I've measured a
socially, let me just answer
him.
Socially, by the same metaphor, these people wouldn't give them the time of fucking day, would they? That's why.
Just saying, I've measured a flat. I still do, and I do used to do a lot of it. Is hiking. So use the OS maps and my compass, and navigated from point to point, trig points. And using the compass in a horizontal direction.
Same here.
Hold on, you said you climb mountains and you're telling me Earth is flat? One deck?
We used to do it with the scouts. We used to call it orienteering. Orienteering, right? Using a map and a compass, finding your way. Yes, that's what you did back in the day when you were a kid. My wife did the Duke of Edinburgh, rather. She did the Duke of Edinburgh Award. Yeah, so yes, we are measuring it. We're doing exciting things. We are out there exploring the world. Now, some might say that that's a little bit dweeby, but it's back to the football player analogy. The football player can go out camping and enjoy a campfire. You tent-dwelling fucktard dweeb, you don't get to go on the fucking football field, right? Let's not get above your station.
Orientating is the word. British refers to positioning, aligning, or familiarizing someone with their surroundings. It means adjust to circumstances. No, that's different. That doesn't mean what we need. Adjust to circumstances. The positioning is what we need. That's what orientating means.
Yeah, and orienteering is the exercising of that, doing it. The doing it bit is orienteering.
Oh, orienteering. I thought you said orientating. Okay, orienteering is a sinking sport navigation through unknown terrain using a detailed map and compass to find checkpoints in order, suitable for all ages and fitness levels. It combines physical exercise with mental challenges, often referred to as running at 100 miles per hour while reading a map. Orienteering, I never heard that before.
Yeah, so anybody who's done that has measured flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah, I've done it.
So, but they'll pick that. He said he was climbing a mountain, and he's measuring Earth flat.
Yeah, it's partially one of the reasons why I married the woman I did.
Sorry.
So when we were on our first date, we'd have been talking about the things that we got up to. She'd have been talking about doing Duke of Edinburgh. I'd have been talking about orienteering and archery and, you know, physical activities that involve map reading that we both had in common. Now, some might say, well, that's a bit dweeby. Like, well, when you find the woman of your dreams, you find that you've got things in common, so you can go out and do those things, like go out and... With us at the moment, it's far less physical because we're fat and we're taking the kids places like to see the sheeps, lambs. But you know what I'm getting at, right? You have a general gist of somebody's abilities out in the real world, how physical they are. Well, the people that we associate with, they're not that type of person. They want to argue about what cell nav is according to them. And that's just fucking boring, right? It's just, they just don't get how boring they are because in their mind, they're Batman. Because they've raised, over 10 years, they've had 10 years of lording it over what they perceive to be the dumbest people in the world. And now they think they're Batman. It's just, you couldn't make it up.
Say about the mountains, one of my favourite hikes or mountains, I've done this about 8 times in the Lake District.
I'm only joking.
So I've climbed Helvellyn about 8 times. I think it's the 3rd highest peak in England. It's one of my favourites. And that's, I think it's about 950 or 980 metres above sea level. So yeah, you know, you can go up mountains and there's a vertical height, you know, above sea level, which is highlighted on the map. All flat.
They confuse topology with the Earth. And then they want to say because the Earth has topology, it's not flat.
Yeah.
Well, no, before you brush over that, right? That is a reasonable statement. Because Earth has topology, it is at a given scale not flat. As an overall description of Earth as a whole, flat is a perfect description. So if you imagine, it's actually Neil deGrasse Tyson that sort of pointed this out just for the other side of the so-called debate, which doesn't exist anymore, right? When he's describing Earth as a sphere, he's saying if Earth was a bowling ball, you could run your fingers over the bowling ball and it would feel perfectly smooth. And the imperfections in a bowling ball are akin to the deviations in topology with a ball Earth at that scale. That is to say, you running your fingers over a ball Earth, if your hands as God were as big, that's what it's doing. It's creating that impression, I realise the subliminal level of what he's doing. But my point is that he's saying if you had a bowling ball Earth, you wouldn't feel a single notch in it. And that's the difference in topology. Well, by the same token, if you describe Earth as a completely flat plane and then try and describe the deviations in land topology with comparison to the overall known territories that we've got, they'd be imperceivable if you made the world the size of a snooker table. If that was the world map and you ran your fingers over it, it'd be as smooth as the billiard table, like the fabric. It would be perfectly flat and smooth at that scale.
Right. So when you're talking about the Earth to bring up a single... When you're talking about the Earth to bring up a single point of topology, instead of talking about the overall measure of it, then that's dishonest, wouldn't you think?
Yes, it's disingenuous if you're trying to, like, convoluting the macro and the micro just so you can make your point.
It makes your point invalid if you're going to the micro level, because then you're no longer at the level that You're no longer at the level of the Earth.
Yeah,
You're talking about a single point on the Earth.
Exactly. It's like saying, is this glass smooth? Well, if I get a electron telescope or electron microscope or whatever they're called, a very strong microscope, and put it up against the surface of the glass, look at all these imperfections. You're telling me this glass is smooth? It isn't. You're like, this glass being this entire pane of glass, it's perfectly smooth. Yeah, it's perfectly flat. Yeah, it was floated on a liquid tin or something to make it perfectly flat. That's how it's produced. Yeah, but look, I'm zooming in at 1,000 times scale or 10,000 times magnification, and I can see little scratches. It's definitely not flat. You're a wanker. Just piss off. Nobody likes you.
Did we ever say Earth was perfectly flat with no deviations, mountains, or valleys? I never said that. I just said it's measured flat, and it is.
Let's think let's imagine Mount Everest. That's like 8 kilometers, 5 miles height. And now imagine the surface of 10,000 miles. That stuff of 5 miles, it's flat. That topography. It could be all 8. How to say? It could be 5 miles, 3 miles mountains, 2 miles mountains. That stuff is flat on 10,000 miles of the surface. It's flat like a pancake. That's how
The funny thing,
topography
though,
works.
is sea level or mean sea level, mean sea level, no matter how much you zoom in, it does not change how flat it is.
Yeah, it's just, mean sea level. It's the 0 degree baseline for all measurements on Earth. Called the 0 degree baseline, same as the protractor's horizontal baseline, and the arc above there. That's the same as just your perspective view when you're measuring angles to stars. Depending on your position on the horizontal plane, you'll have a perspective view that mirrors the protractor.
Well, mean sea level being the source plane, it's a concept really that you get from averaging sea level over time, So
yeah, it's a flat measurement over time.
Sea level.
Before you brush past it, because I know it's a flat measurement that's a flat measurement of a flat measurement that's averaged over time. Just to be clear.
Yes, right. It's planar measurements, and it's an average of those planar measurements. So it is planar. No matter how much you zoom in or out or whatever you want to do, you can't find undulations in mean sea level. It is fixed, and it is flat at any scale.
It has to be.
I mean, it's a 0 degree baseline at all points of the mean sea level. So, it's a horizontal 0 degree baseline from one ocean to the next.
It has to be to make any accurate measurements.
Yeah, and that's what's been used for all measurements. The starting point of all measurements is a 0 degree baseline called sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level. And the sea level was just there. It was level. Yeah. That's what we've thought. Well, we could use this levelness as a starting point for all the measurements. And we'll keep an eye on the average levelness of the levelness, and we'll use that as a 0 degree baseline for all mapping, so we can navigate this wonderful place we live. We didn't actually physically level it out ourselves. It was just there, and it was level for us, ready for all future mapping and measurements. It's fantastic, really.
Indeed, Allah be praised.
I mean, Jesus.
Him too.
No, Allah died with everybody else. Jesus rose. He's the only one to be praised.
How do you explain planar measurements on a flat Earth? Flat tards.
How do I explain the average of flat measurements with respect to time on a flat Earth?
The thing is that you wouldn't, you know what I mean? You wouldn't explain that. It's self-explanatory.
You wouldn't dare. Not if you haven't done it yourself.
What have you measured, Nathan?
He's measured the Earth when he went hiking with his compass and his map.
Orienteering.
Can't argue with sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level.
What they do.
You can't. It's sea level. You're not going to start arguing about what level is now, are we?
Yes, we are. They do
Come
every
on.
day. Their sea level is equidistant to the center of the sphere.
Nah.
That's a radius. That's a radius line.
You know, somebody probably once said you can't get a monkey to bang a football either, but they'll do it.
But
When you mean bang
Neil,
a football, do you mean have sex with it?
Yeah. You ever heard the saying, it looks like a monkey fucking a football?
But when you say 200-meter hill, you don't say 200-meter hill above the center of the Earth.
Exactly. It's
No,
the
that's above
surface
sea level. We said it at the same time.
Height above the sea level. Yeah.
I mean,
height
sea
above
level.
no height above the center of the Earth.
How do you know? You didn't measure it.
I measure it every day with a car. I take the car, I put GP to move me another place, and I look on the Google map. It's showing me elevation profile, and only one thing changed: elevation height. The base is always flat. It's showing you on the graph, also on the Google map. And you have apps for the bike, for example. You can put on the bike, and then it's showing you how much you're going up and down.
So you're saying that your odometer, so if your odometer reads that you went 150 miles, you measured 150 miles.
Yeah, there are bikists who are driving the bike, and they're driving the bike for 150 miles also, yeah? And there is only elevation change. The base is always 0. There is an app for that. We didn't have that in the 80s.
No, we didn't.
But we have now. Let's use it because it's useful. It's useful for terrestrial navigation.
Say we didn't have that in the 80s. That would have probably been about the time I was doing orienteering. That's about scout age, isn't it? I was born in 80, so I was probably, under 10 years old that you were in the scouts from memory. You started about 8 years old, don't you?
Yeah, around that.
Yeah, so that's when I'd have been doing things like orienteering. So back in the 80s, man, that makes me feel old.
Yeah, you take the map and you go to another city when you are in car. You don't have GPS. What are you talking about? The flat map, of course. You don't have a curved map in a car.
Stop rubbing it in our face, Sasha, right? With your 0 degree baselines, right?
Did you ever people travel in the 80s or 90s? What did you had? I had a map when I moved to another town and I don't know this. And then you have streets on the map and everything, mountains, everything showing you.
Sasha, we had to read maps, Sasha. When we got lost, you had to pull out the map. There was no just putting on GPS.
No.
Yeah, there are the stuff what Nathan said in what that was in Scouts, but also in military, yeah. We did that, yeah. You take the map and then you make orientation, then you move through the woods and mountains and stuff.
It's one of the reasons I got the job before this one. When I was transitioning into full-time YouTubing, I got a job part-time delivering groceries. Well, one of the things that they tested you on, because you didn't just go and apply, they had to test you to see if you were qualified to drive the van. One of the things that they tested you on was, can you use a map? And I went, yeah. He went, show me. He pulls out a map. How'd you get here? So I go on the map and show him how I do it. And he's like, I was like, why? He was like, well, what happens if the GPS fails? You're going to say that you're coming back? No, you're going to deliver that fucking shopping. You're going to get it out. You'd use the map. That's why.
I remember back in the day, my van, we used to have the A to Zs. Remember them? I used to work
exactly
in like
with the A to Z. Yeah, the A to Z. Whenever I used to move town, you'd get the local A to Z. Now, my dad was fastidious about this sort of stuff. He'd want to know his way around the towns that he went to. So he'd go somewhere new and he'd go out and buy an A to Z. You're like, really? You're going to spend £5 back in the 80s? That was a lot of money on the A to Z. Oh yeah. What if we want to find our way to somewhere? In other words, if we want to find out what's in this town, you'll need the A to Z so we can drive to it. And we had a car, so we were going to drive, but there wasn't GPS. So how did you find your way? Well, with an A to Z. That's what you did. In London, they have something called the knowledge for the taxi drivers, which is basically knowing the London A to Z like the back of your hand.
You know what you find at gas stations here? I don't know if you still do, but back in the day, gas stations, every one of them would have maps. So if you went in and you were lost and you asked the gas station attendant something, he'd point you right to the rack of maps.
Yeah, they want to sell you their local map, of course.
One time in normal conversation with the Glober, it was like, who you will trust more? The captain who is navigating that ferry for 20 years from one coast to the island, or one physicist who is saying what is the distance? Who will try? And he said, I will trust more physicists who measure the distance. How is that possible? The guy is traveling 20 years from the coast to the coast. He must know what the distance is. I will trust more that guy than any physicist say, look, I know the distance because of this angle or whatever.
Like you say, a lot of these youngins now, they wouldn't have a clue how to read an A to Z. They would not have a clue.
You know what gets me crazy with the GPS? There's something in there that it possesses your mind, because I'll be using a GPS and it'll be telling me to go somewhere, and I know it's not the right way. I know, but I follow it anyway. It's like something that, like, I got the GPS on, I'm going to use it.
Dear, I argue with it.
Yeah.
I have the wife in the car and she'll be like, well, you're not following the GPS. The GPS is not the boss of me.
It's funny because I find myself, I said, I know damn well that it's not this way. Why is it taking me this way?
Why go?
Take me an extra 5 miles. But I find myself following it.
Well, you shouldn't. You should know roughly where you're going.
Nah, this is. And if it's in my neighborhood, I know my whole neighborhood. Yeah, I don't pay attention to the GPS. But if I'm going to a new area and I don't know it, but you could see it on the GPS that if I go this way, it's going to get me there quicker. just stay stuck on that GPS. Not anymore, but I used to be like, damn, what I listen to the GPS? Now I'm in traffic.
Neil, go to Google Map and type the distance from New York, whatever you want, but take the walk distance, not with the car. And then it will show you the graphics, what is your distance and everything, and it will show you elevation profile. And you will see the straight line, and you will see something is bumping up again. It will make a drawing. That's beautiful.
And that GPS, that ground positioning system, it just works exactly the same as celestial navigation. We've seen the videos, and we've watched it, the tutorials, using Cartesian grid, 2D system, circles of equal elevation.
Call it trilateration, though, don't they? They describe it as trilateration as opposed to triangulation.
That's what those guys were saying in a video today. I listened to today too. That what are they saying? The theodolite works similar to a sextant.
Well, it has its limitations, the theodolite, I think, and but it's designed to measure horizontal
angles,
vertical angles, and distance. I think that might be your total station more with the distance. But that's what what they're designed to measure.
For me, it's confusing when you say horizontal angles, because you don't need that horizontal to put in front. You understand? They're measuring angles. That's it. Not horizontal, because angles are horizontal.
Yeah, the surveyor's terminology of the way they measure certain things, that's how they've got a term called the horizontal angle and a vertical angle. That's just how they term these two different methods. But yeah,
I think only people basically who are making the balls, real balls, they are measuring something curved, and that's not angles. The only people who are measuring the curved things are people who are making anything what is a ball or something like that, and nobody else. It has nothing to do with the angles, for sure. There is arc, parabola, stuff like that.
Altitudes measured from the vertical and elevations measured from the horizontal. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's obvious. That's what it is.
Well, how would you get the altitude measurement without the horizontal? You wouldn't be able to.
That's how you need the vertical. You gotta have the horizontal to get the vertical, but once you have the vertical, you can take measurements from the vertical with the knowledge of it being 90 to horizontal.
That was like curves measured flat, wasn't it?
No, pi equals 2, dummy.
Doesn't need to be 90. Could be 75 also.
But you got to admit, this measured flat has got to be the most contested. It's got people like in fits more than anything else. From the beginning of when this started to now, nothing has caused so much disruption as measured flat.
Yeah. That's just the terminology that we've used, or Nathan's coined the phrase.
Right. But most of the other things we had, you would have support on the flat Earth side until this measured flat came about. So now you make enemies on both sides.
Well, the Globers actually are pretty upfront about measuring it flat. Believe it or not.
Yeah, they always have been.
Came out. It didn't came out. It was always there.
Yeah. Greeks knew that. Al-Biruni knew that. Sea level knows that.
Simon Dan knows that. Simon Dan will tell you,
Yeah, Simon Dan. Yeah. And McKeegan, he's done a video on elevation profiles using a 0 degree horizontal baseline found on a map. We've got no choice. Nobody's got any choice. This is what we've got. Yeah, we can't get away from it. It's like, wow. Can't get away from it. You can lie about it and try and change definitions and words if you want, just to ease your mind a little bit, numb the pain. But, it still doesn't change the actual method of how Earth is measured. If you want to change a word or a definition in your head, still the practical application of doing it remains the same.
Don't forget, you need to do that in every language, not only in English.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you need to do that. You cannot change only in English. You need to change in every language. Definitions.
But like you say, doesn't matter, but definition does not change the actual practical application of how it's measured using a horizontal sea level. We're using the elevation angle measuring pieces of equipment like the theodolite total stations, sextants. There's no way out of it, really. If you're fighting against this, it must be frustrating because you're trapped inside a cell and you will not be able to get out. It's there. It's always been there, and you can't defeat it.
That's the phenomenon to understand. That's something what is pushing you for this?
A belief.
Like, yeah,
a belief of something they were told and taught in school.
If you tell me, you know what, the Earth is flat, and now I'm like, oh my God, this guy will. I need to stop him. I need to stop you, man. You will ruin everything.
Yeah, because
all this beautiful life.
It's because they made it that, when they said Earth was flat, everybody laughed, and because that's how they used to think way back in the day, that they were going to fall off the edge. So it was made out to be a joke. Now we know better that Earth is a sphere. But when they said they know better, they didn't know anything at all. They imagineered it into existence after measuring Earth flat. So now you come along and you say, wait a second, it's been flat the whole time. You face people wanting to crucify you. Like, you can say anything else, but just don't say flat.
That's why you don't telling people anything, It's not your job to tell people that, maybe.
Yeah, but when this first started, it was everybody's job. That's how we were trained in it. This became a topic. It became a debate because that's how it was constructed, right? We began to debate where the curve was. Where's the curve? Where's the curve? Where's the curve? Well, this part
Yeah,
of the
but
building is
it
missing,
came out
therefore
2013. Why didn't came out 2007?
timing. Everything is timing. It was out
Yeah,
in
that means
2007.
somehow something happened, and then we took that story and we played with it. And even today, you saw everything what happened with all characters on that field. You know, you can name them like a drama, like a and they wanted all that. But now I like this part. There is no drama. There is only elevation, profile, topography. And everything is cool. Let's go. Nobody's pushing you about nothing. Nobody's telling you you're stupid because you're global or so. Just take your belief, go live your life, and everything will be fine. And you don't need to fight
now we just
against
psychoanalyzed them.
because but you don't need to fight against that because there is other fights to fight. If you want to resolve something, go and resolve make some peace in the world. And man, don't be worried about some, elevation profile, sea level people. Nothing will change. But if you want to change something, oh my God, there is so many things in the world you can do it. Stop the corruption. I don't know.
I mean, now we've got to this point, like, Sasha, it's funny because I give some examples of the day. It's just nice, not to get into the arguments, but, I do have a few chats with these people now and again, but I'm enjoying just every other word that they utter regarding the Earth or measurements of the Earth. They're using the flat Earth prerequisites. And it's just so... I don't know, it makes me just, I don't know, chuckle or feel happy or just satisfied. Just when they mentioned the height of the plane or the distance between 2 points across the Earth, just to point out that, you're using a flat Earth prerequisite, my friend. You're trying to talk about...
2 weeks ago, I was on TikTok live, and there was there are people putting now, if you're a flat earther, come in and talk, and say why, blah, blah, blah. And I was on 5-6 places of people doing that. They don't know anything. They have that. They're like robots. Everything's scripted. Everything everything what they learn is like that. You can say from 2015, 16. That edge stuff, stupidity, whatever you want to try. It's so. It was like, oh my God, why I want to speak with these people? They cannot reach anything, about what you. They will not. First of all, they are not listening to you. They're programmed. I don't know how to explain that. It doesn't matter because it was TikTok. I'm saying that I went there to see what is going on, what they know, what they think about the flat Earth.
Yeah,
Then
you
I
went
send them
there to argue,
then I send
Sasha.
them. Yeah, then I sent them the okay, people. If you want to, I send them the Nathan Oakley YouTube channel, and they went live to see, and we are discussing. Oh, and they went and they opened, I don't know, one show, and then is I don't know, behind the Nathan, it's that that's dome or that's like a disc in the space, and they started to discuss about that, look at, we knew it, about that disc, that, and I like, oh my God, they're discussing about, they didn't even put the play on the video, They're discussing what is on the screen on the video, on the main page, I can say. And it was like experience, like these people, it's like they. I don't know how to explain it. They don't want to get information. They are. I don't know.
Listen
Even
to me.
if you want. Tell us, why, I tell them, do you know people why these flat earthers are telling they are flat earthers? When I start to speak about the surface, I'm speaking about nuclear science. I'm speaking about something totally what are you talking about? And they're changing all the time. Let's not speak about the surface. Let's speak about anything else. And then what is going on? And that's it. That's the, and then
Well, let me
I
ask you
said,
a question.
I don't want to tell anybody anything. I don't care if people want to find information. They will find out for themselves or they will not. And that's it. I don't want to push to anyone this information. That's me. That's only my opinion. Anybody who wants to know this, it's circulating now. It's not like in 2015. Even everybody knows that there's somebody is mentioning flat Earth. If you want to know, you will find out for yourself, and you have your brain. But if you want to be programmed, that's on you.
Okay, so you got Alpha Murphy 72 sitting right in this chat, right in his voice chat right now. He won't open up his mic. He won't tell us how Earth is measured, but for some reason he wants to sit right in this debate channel, Flat Earth Debate. When we told him it's not a debate, what makes his clock? What makes his brain tick?
That's
What
a
do you think
phenomenon,
he's sitting here?
Neil.
he's
I don't understand.
interested.
I don't know how. That's like I told you. This is like I hate scientific movies. You know, I hate them. They are disgusting. You know. But every day I'm going to cinema and watching one of them. That's me. and then
Yeah, but hold on. You said wait, Sasha. The key word you said was every now and then. He's here every day.
Yeah, I know. I'm telling you. I hate, for example,
Sasha,
I hate Christians and Christian church, and because of that, I'm going every day to Christian church to tell them that I don't like them. Something like that.
Right. He's got to be interested in the subject. He must be interested in what we're putting down.
Put like this. I understood. Oh, you are so stupid. This is so stupid idea. This is so crazy. You are so cultish. You are so this. You are so that. Finished, man. I will never, ever come back here. Ever. This is impossible. Earth cannot be flat. Great, man. Now you can live your life. You find out this is so stupid. Now you can live your life. Why you need to fight for it?
So there it is.
Protect the globe. Protect the globe.
So wait a second. So there it is, Sasha. If you think it's a globe, you call it so stupid and leave. So you're still here because there's something not sitting right with you, huh?
Yep. He's very interested in what we've. I mean, it's not stuff we're making up. I mean, if you're going to talk about Earth is measured, there's a starting point for that. Well, I say point, it's not a point. There's a starting levelness for that called sea level. That's where it starts. That's where the measurement starts from level.
Oh, yeah, but how you explain eclipses?
Well, that's got nothing to do with the sea level.
How that's proving that we are eclipses. You cannot have eclipses, man, on the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's a different subject. Well, I'm talking about the geometry of Earth and
I know
sea
you want
level.
to move to that, but can you explain to me how the eclipses work on flat Earth, man?
No, I don't know anything about it. What I do know is sea level is used for
that
all
means you don't know nothing.
profiles.
That means you don't know nothing, and you're calling yourself flat earthers. I knew that you are an idiot.
No, I do know something that sea level is used for all elevation profiles.
Whatever you say now, but you cannot explain me. Explain eclipses, man.
Yeah, we wasn't talking about eclipses, was we, man?
Yeah. How you can have sunset on the flat Earth?
No. He's saying Earth is measured flat.
How you explain gravity? I have like
no. He said
question you flat earthers you cannot answer, and you want to call yourself that Earth is something like Earth is flat.
He said Earth. I heard one deck say Earth is measured flat. That's all I heard him say. I didn't hear him say anything about freaking eclipses or anything else.
Of course, because he doesn't know.
Does sound like he doesn't know.
That's right.
That's the story, man. That's the story. He's going, and you. What the fuck? I don't want to speak about what you said at that sea level elevation.
Hold on a second. If Earth is measured flat, hold on. If you're saying Earth is measured flat, that means it's not your globe. So what does gravity have to do with anything?
Yeah,
I just hear the very rude flat earthers
you believe in
interrupting the very mild-mannered Sasha being perfectly reasonable, and you're just interrupting him. Rude.
Yeah, you're rude, Neil. Why are you interrupting me? I only asked questions, and you didn't say One answer of that.
Yeah, but the answer I gave you, it requires no questions. The questions you're asking are pertaining to a globe, and I demonstrated to you that it's flat, and you agreed with me.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, man. I have this. This is more important. If your model works, it must work completely, not only on one way. Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, the reason they do that, it takes them away from the actual topic, doesn't it? You know, it takes them away from the measurement. That's what they have to do. Skip past the angle, talk about something not related to the actual measurement or the surface of a being level in order to measure all other measurements and vertical heights above it and below it. They don't want to talk about that. You know,
okay, so what do you do? What do you do with somebody that comes in with flat Earth measurements, asking a question about the sun's location in a certain area? He came in with the flat Earth measurements, and now he's questioning the sun's location. Oh, it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth.
We can measure the elevation angle to the sun from sea level. I mean, that can be done. That is done. That's what's used in navigation to pinpoint your location at sea. So we can measure the elevation angle to the sun, and we'll be using a level baseline called mean sea level, the 0 degree baseline for the elevation angle. And you know, depending on your position, you know, the angle will differ. If you're directly below the sun at 90 degrees, then you'll have a 90-degree angle at sea level.
No, the sun's in the wrong position now.
Right. Well, you might not find your way home then. I don't know. But it will be an elevation angle that you're measuring with an elevation angle measuring tool. You know, it's simple. You know, that's what they've been doing for ages now. Utilizing sea level.
If I didn't listen this, what you said now in last 2 minutes, that would be good things for me, you know, because I didn't listen to you, and I will continue. And people are like this, they are not listening what you said like 2 minutes ago about elevation angles, about that. They're not listening, nothing. They're waiting to ask questions.
No, Sasha, you're not listening. The sun is in the wrong place.
Because if you have a person who are listening, will say, are you saying, because after that is coming something like a question for that what you said, not that someone other, it's question inside of that. Are you saying that this, it's measured by this and that, and it's used this and that? He will ask the question connected with that what you are saying, not with something else. But in 99% you will hear, no, it's coming out. Totally out.
You're right. Sasha, you're right, mate. I mean, and they've always done that. It's always made me laugh over the years, where, especially when Nathan's been talking to me, it's like, let me ask you a question. Or, you know, when we did the politics service sometimes, and we had our own little, Nathan was in his little room, and they was inviting people in one at a time to talk to. It was all questions. Let's ask. They never come in with any, right, you know, this is how latitude's measured from a curved water level, and this is the tool that was designed to. They don't give you any. They just ask a question about, you know. They never got anything
go into
to put
that in details now to say what are you talking about? Are you saying that the mariners was using that sextant that you know, you can go even more in details about that, but something about like you say, for example, gravity is not scientifically proven. Are you saying, and my question would be, are you saying, what do you mean by that? Or something like, are you saying there is no experiment? No, their question is something like this. Oh, you don't believe in gravity. Do you understand me? I need to ask me why are you telling me there is no scientific proof for gravity? What is the reason you're telling me this, you know? Not are you telling me that you're not believing gravity? That is the question what they are saying. It should be a question like, what do you mean by that in a sense? Are you saying that nobody made experiment, nobody proved it like a science? Oh, yes, I'm telling you that. Oh, really? What?
Yeah,
And
but,
then you go more into that if you want.
If something's been put through the scientific method, it's not a belief.
That's correct.
It wouldn't be a belief. So, it's not a belief situation once the scientific method's been put into play. So, cause and relationship.
Hold on. What does science have to do with Earth measurements?
Well, nothing.
I know. I gave you examples how people don't want to go into the to ask the question when they hear the information. They want to. They are going some other direction.
But Sasha, I don't agree with you with the gravity, because I could destroy somebody with that, because gravity only exists for the purposes of keeping you on a globe, keeping your feet firm on a globe.
Oh my God!
You've demonstrated that Earth is measured flat. You've got him to agree.
Hello. Just 1 second. It's driving me nuts. I've heard Sasha try and explain it about 4 times. Right, he's saying they offer non sequitur questions in response. You say Earth's measured flat. They say, oh, so you don't believe in measurements of a ball? No, I say Earth's measured flat. Oh, so you don't believe in experiments? No, I say Earth's measured flat. Oh, so you're one of those stupid flat earthers that thinks 9/11's an inside job. In other words, you get a non sequitur response rather than I say it's flat. And the response that Sasha keeps suggesting they'd come up with was something along the lines of, well, what do you mean it's flat? As in akin to the statement that you just made, acknowledging that you've made a statement, and then discussing that statement with you. They don't do that. You say Earth's measured flat. Well, how do you explain eclipses? That's non sequitur to the statement I just made. That's Sasha's point. He's tried to make it 3 times.
It's a non sequitur. No shit.
We've got his point, Nathan. I've got his point all along, and we're just playing along a little bit. But yeah, I agree. That's what happens. And we're just talking about yes, Sasha. We know. We've all been there.
And I'm now to say, how to deal with that people,
because now. Neil, you saw today and other days they're coming on the chat. Remove them for me, not because just remove them because what they will give you. This is stupid things, stupid question. What we you can keep him for 1-2 minutes because to only to say the public, look, we have one in the chat saying this is boring. Enough of this story, because it's boring at the end. This is like a childish, like in high school. Oh, I will go to fight now on the chat and I will tell them. I don't know.
Yeah, but how many times does a guy at school want to fight you and you know you could kick the shit out of him and you keep saying to him, go away, I don't want to fight you, and you keep coming and you want to fight? That's what we have right now. We have a situation where we keep shooing him away because we're towering over them. I could just hold out my arm on his forehead and he's swinging away at the air trying to hit me. But they keep
you don't have that in real life. You have that only on internet because people are, the chatter boys. You don't have in real life that somebody's coming and
yeah, but Sasha, we're on the internet. That's where we're communicating, on the internet. So yes, on the internet, metaphorically, there's a little kid in the schoolyard that keeps wanting to challenge you. And you're holding him back with your hand on his forehead, and he's swinging away. Every day, same thing. There comes a point where, you know what? I'm not coming to the schoolyard anymore if this little bastard is going to be breaking my balls all day. Or you could just slap him across the schoolyard. And we've done that.
We did. We've done that for years, like speaking with them in every sense. Maybe it's enough,
Yeah, you reminded me of a little short skit. There's this kid that's being bullied, and you can tell he's having these kids bully him day after day after day after day, poking at him. One day he turns around because he's a fat kid and he's massive by comparison to these other little piss-strip boys that are taking the piss out of him. He just suplexes one of them. It's absolutely hysterical. And he's like, yeah, well, he's just twice your size. What do you expect? Eventually he's going to turn you and bash you on the fucking head on the concrete and then watch you cry to the headmaster. It's like, yeah, well, they were bullying me constantly. So what did I do? Stamped on his fucking head.
Exactly. Yep. That's the point we're at. We're giants to them, not because of anything, just because we recognize that Earth is measured flat. That's it. That's the only thing that makes us tower over them.
Just going back to Sasha and Nathan's comment, what we was doing then, I was doing it. I knew what Sasha was pointing out, how they respond with the non sequiturs. But my responses to Sasha when he was giving me the examples was to keep coming back to the sea level and the 0 degree baseline, and that, eclipses have got nothing to do with geometry. Just bringing them back down to the measurements. That's all, because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about anything else. The measurement.
But do you know how I did that practice with you? How it's easy. I only said myself, Sasha, do not only listen to him, and everything will be fine. That was in my brain. Whatever he said, do not listen to him. You just speak, and that's it.
Yep.
And it's working, man.
They don't listen. Yeah, you're right there. That's what they do. We know. I've been in that. I've been in that many situations and arguments. Not it's an argument anymore, but I have argued over the years and shouted and got frustrated and been taken away from the measurement sometimes, but no longer, because it's a measurement, and we've got a sea level, our buddy sea level, 0 degree baseline.
Exactly. You never veer from the measurement, ever. And that was my point, too. I don't care what non sequitur he's throwing at you, what red herring he's throwing at you. You hold them to the measurement. Our Earth is measured. They can't go to anything else. They can't go to gravity. They can't go to outer space. They can't go anywhere.
But like you say, it's so easy. Sasha's just demonstrated it. You do it from time to time, Neil. Baldwin used to do it. All you've got to do is go into stupidity. No, hang on. You just got to go into stupidity, and then you've
2017. I realized.
Sorry, mate. Go on.
2017. I realized that the Earth is flat, but it was from the beginning. I didn't say the Earth measure flat, but from the beginning was because of elevation profile. I get it there, sea level and all topography. I get it from there, and that was so obvious, and I could not put that anymore on the sphere because my brain get it like it's obvious because that's nature. Because it's so simple at the end. It was always like this. It was nothing to debate from the beginning.
Yeah,
exactly.
And that's the great. That's the great
but we didn't
part.
find that out till when, though.
And even I debated so many shits and fighting for. I don't know why I did that, but I did it also.
Yeah, but we've all had to go through it, maybe. But now we may have gone through this, and then newcomers coming in, they don't necessarily have to go through that, because we can just explain how it's actually we've had to just use sea level, because that's what we was given on the Earth as the 0 degree baseline. I'll keep saying it for all measurements. There, from there on in to be measured from the 0 degree baseline.
Nathan knew what he was doing with this measured flat. He's a snake. Nathan knew what he was doing, because he was getting resistance. Say, you can't just say it's measured flat. You got to add caveats to it, because it's not. Well, yeah, but I'm going to say it's measured flat. Don't tell me what I can say. It's measured flat. Now look at where we are. Well done, Nathan.
Yeah, well done. It is measured flat, but it was flat to start with in order to take any measurements from that point onwards. You know what I mean?
Of course.
It was flat. It was flat in the beginning. We had no choice other than to measure it flat, because it was flat for us, and we had to use the flatness for all other measurements.
Thank you. I too think I'm awesome.
So one day, what did Albert Rooney do?
Well, he measured a flat for a start. He measured the height of a mountain with two distances from the surface level to get the elevation angle, and then he measured some angles of depression from eye level to surface level. He didn't measure any curvature.
So when
He
you
measured
tried
accu-
to,
he measured-
so when you,
he
so
measured-
when you wanted to explain that to what's his face, I forgot the guy you were talking to. Why did he say you just want to welcome me to flat Earth? Why didn't he use that as his globe Earth proof?
Well, I mean, the guy you're talking about was Triangles McKeegan, and it was the Eratosthenes example that we was talking about, not Alberuni. But I was just asking him to go over the measurements of Eratosthenes, apparently what he did. The distance between 2 points being a linear distance and what was actually measured. And he didn't. He said, "I know what your game is one day. You just want me to explain all this so you can go back to, it's Lighthouse or something, or go back to Nathan and, say that you've welcomed me to flat Earth." I said, "Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'll do when you explain what Eratosthenes apparently measured, because he was measuring Earth flat."
So then what you're telling me is that then he knows that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they've come to a realization now that their globe proof, say 4 or 5 years ago, their apparent globe proof, which we'd skipped past, is actually a flat Earth proof.
You know what's surprising? This guy sounds a lot like a fictional character I've written about called Twyford McGollum.
Sounds exactly like him, as a matter of fact.
What was he called again? Sorry? What is he called? McGollum.
Nathan, what's that name you said?
I missed the first name. Oh, yeah. So I think they're related in some way. But I've said it before, time after time. I remember years ago when I was new to this, and I was just trying to get one. I was talking about crap like the sun and eclipses and shite, and then they'd send me someone had sent me a PDF of Eratosthenes. There you one day, there's your proof, and I'd be like, "You bastard! How am I going to get out of this now? This is the globe proof. How can I respond to this?" You know what I mean? And I'd start looking and Googling and thinking, but I'd read through it and think, well, yeah, he measured the circumference of Earth. He's done this, he's done that, and he's come up with the circumference of the Earth, measuring this fucking flat Earth, elevation angle measurement between 2 fucking points on the surface of Earth at linear distance. I didn't know anything about that then.
How the hell does that work on a flat Earth, you ask yourself?
You know what that means? You know what that means? That 180 degrees on the 3 triangles and that making 180 degrees back in 2016. I was like, oh, shoot, what am I going to do with that?
You know that hypothetical question, if I put one flat earth in a rocket and we go up and if we see the sphere, you will admit that is a sphere? And I said yes.
Yes.
But man, that's hypothetical. But when I come back to the earth, that means that sphere again should be sphere, cannot be flat somehow magically.
Wait, what'd you say? I missed that. So if you went up in a rocket and saw Earth as a sphere, would you believe?
Did you?
If I go to
the
rocket,
up from what?
If I go to the rocket, Neil, and I go up and I see the sphere, I will say, or circular, I will say yes. I will see something circular or spherical.
It's 2 fallacies in one. It's special pleading and burden of proof reversal.
Yeah, but Nathan, if you did go up in a rocket and see that the Earth was a sphere, you'd have to come back down and admit it. Okay, even though you landed on a flat Earth.
You'd be going up from a horizontal plane, wouldn't you? You'd be going up from a horizontal.
So the one not making this claim, that's me, suggesting Earth's not spherical. I haven't made a claim and I'm not trying to disavow anything at this point, right? They have a claim that it is spherical, but they're going to ask me if I went up to a hypothetical area in violation of lateral law, would I accept it if I saw it? Yeah? Special pleading and burden of proof reversal.
So you're just going to deny it, that if you did see it spherical, you'd still say it's flat. I see your game, Oakley.
No, I mean, even if you went up in your rocket from the horizontal reference plane, being the surface of Earth, and you looked out in the distance, which would be a linear eye level distance, and you've seen some sort of curvature, then you can only presuppose what that might be. And then you could presuppose that that's the curvature of Earth. Then when you come back down to the horizontal plane, you're going to have to now, prove that your presupposition of the Earth being curved is correct. And the only way to do that would be to measure it using a 0 degree baseline called sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level.
No. We went up in the rocket and I saw the circle Earth. When I come down, yeah, it's flat because it's so darn big.
Oh, now it needs to be measured.
Hang on a minute. My friend called Peter went up in another rocket and he seen a horizontal baseline.
That's fake.
What are you going to do now? Try telling Peter that. His eyes are perfect. He's got 20/20 vision. What's your problem?
No, I was saying, if you use something what is obvious, let's say I take a basketball. If I took a basketball, that means I have a, of course, let's say if I'm above the basketball, that a basketball is spherical, If I imagine something spherical and I go up and it's something down, it's spherical. Of course, it will be spherical because it is spherical in my imagination.
No, if the globe's that big, it looks flat, mate. Get it right.
That's just straight up begging the question fallacy. So if it's spherical, isn't that the thing you're trying to prove? So if I automatically assume it's like this spherical thing by comparison, so false comparison and begging the question.
I think the best thing to do is measure the Earth. I think that's the only way we can sort of, determine the shape of the place we live on. And what could we use as a starting point for the measurement of Earth? Do you think, anybody?
Sea curve.
Yeah, we'll start with sea level, the 0 degree baseline across all the oceans.
So you're going to deny all the pictures that we've been getting from NASA all these years. The whole world is lying, but you flat earthers know it's flat.
Yeah, it's measured flat, mate. From sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level. That's the starting point of all measurements.
The picture I'm looking at looks like a globe to me.
Yeah, well, that's fine. You look at your pictures, mate, but we do use the actual physical Earth for measurements, or not me personally. It's been done over the years, and it's called mean sea level.
I had an astronaut come to my church. He was one of the last men to orbit the Earth. And he told me he looked down and saw
God bless him.
Earth.
God bless you.
Yeah, well, my great granddad's uncle John, he measured Earth flat using a sextant at sea level, and got a radius distance for a circle of equal elevation of 5,400 miles. That was my great granddad's friend Peter.
Just doesn't make any sense. Like, why are they still holding on so tight? Just try and close your eyes and imagine. I can't even imagine the comprehension it would take to believe that you're living on a globe when it's measured so damn flat. Like, nothing works. And your railroads, your bridges, your cities, these all require Earth to be flat. They actually require them to be leveled out first. What do you think before they started building Manhattan, what they had to do? They had to level the terrain.
Yeah, Neil, it's much easier to measure curvature horizontally and level than it is to actually measure the curve. So if you measure the elevation angle and horizontal distances above the 0 degree baseline called sea level, it's just easier that way to measure the curve.
Very strange place we find ourselves in.
Just like straight
so we
level
level
flight
it.
over the globe. You know,
It was globe before, so but we level it, and now it's not anymore. Why we did that?
say again, Sasha. Sorry, mate.
We level it, everything.
So
Why
the
we
globe
did
is
that?
measured flat.
Yeah, the globe is flat. It's measured like that, and the globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that. They measured angles using sticks and shadows. I mean, the globe must be flat for horizontal shadows. Al-Biruni knew the Earth was flat. He measured the height of a mountain like that. And when I was a sailor navigating the sea, the surface of the ocean appeared very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable without one single bloody use of a curve.
I like that story
Sounds
about
like this
shadows, but
poem that this guy
I
won
want
that wrote.
I like that story about shadows, but I like details about that shadows. Like these shadows were 7 meters, and these shadows was like a 1 meter. And because 7 meters, because of distance and all, you don't need to give me all equations for that. And then you give me some other equation after that, and then it's a result. And then I say, because of that. Not only shadows like a words. Because that's nothing. That's nothing. One was longer and one was shorter. That's also nothing. That means really nothing. Because maybe one stick was longer and one was shorter. Ouch.
Well, Earth is curved because on the ocean, if there's a building in the distance, why can I see, let's say, 10 floors of a building, and then another time I'm only seeing 3 floors of the building? And obviously, it's because it's going over Earth curve.
It's a problem with your eyes, that, mate.
I'd contact the housing association. Sounds like some freaky shit going on with this building.
What shocks me is Anthony Riley wasn't catching on. No matter what I said to him, Nathan, in reply, he said to me, what does that have to do with anything? I said, it was important that you measured in an Isle of Man. So, is he really not, is he deliberately not putting it together? Because he's not a dumb guy, is he? Got to be smart to be a lawyer.
But I don't know that guy, Anthony Riley, but all I do know is that when I've heard him speak years ago, because I don't even know him, but he was into the gravity thing, wasn't he?
Yes.
The opposing views of Newtonian and Einstein gravity, which has got nothing to do with Earth measurement, by the way.
Well, unless you're taking a downward vector. If you're taking
exactly, yeah, you're going to need the horizontal, yeah. For the so-called not put through the scientific method Newtonian gravity, things going down will require in a vertical vector to a horizontal baseline.
But also in Einstein's, its fourth dimension is just with respect to the other 3, Cartesian grid basically. So warping a conceptual medium, thus time a derivative of the movement of the angle measurements of the lights in the sky, doesn't alter the fact that the rest of the dimensions, which are real and can be shown, are flat Earth measurements, flat Earth dimensionality, Cartesian in nature. That's what the rest of Einstein's third, second, and first dimensions are.
Yeah, but he was big with he was big with the gravity. But what I said to him was, if it wasn't the ground, why did you want the distance to it at the Isle of Man? I said, what you did, where is it? I lost it. Sorry, hold on a second. Oh. So he said to me that, like when I said, well, you didn't care about it then, he said, that's willful like you're being willfully ignorant then, because he was paying close attention to that horizon in the Isle of Man days. So when I said the horizon is part of the ground, that's how we get the horizon, he said, no, it isn't. What do you do with somebody like that?
Well, it's where the surface of Earth and the sky appear to me, and it's reference. It does reference the surface of Earth.
Could he think that because we're saying that, then we could know a distance to it? That's not what we're saying, right? But you do need the ground to form a horizon. Like I don't know how do you explain it, because he even says it. It's the convergent point where the ground appears to meet the sky. It's optical, not actual, yes, but the ground at that point is meeting the sky, forming the horizon.
Yeah, it's referencing the ground.
Yeah, he is referencing. It's in his own citation from what you've just said. He's reading out a citation that defines it as being the ground, and then he's saying it's not the ground. So he's saying it's the point where the ground appears to meet the sky, but it's not the ground. That's his argument. Anthony's just thick. So in his own cited definition of what it is, it includes the word fucking ground, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it also
everyone shush. Just kneel. Not yeah, also. Yeah. He says, not the ground. Well, how'd you define it? Well, it's the point where the ground... You're a fucking retard. It's the end of the discussion. He's just stupid.
Yeah, but that, I understand what you're saying, Nathan, but he's locking on to the appears part.
Yeah, the sky doesn't actually touch the what is it again? The ground, as per his citation.
Yeah, Sasha.
Imagine horizon without ground.
It's formed with the ground.
You can't.
Of course, that you can't.
It's part of the definition, like Nathan said.
That's why it's stupid.
To form the horizon.
Yeah. Nearly joking, mate.
Yeah, I know what he's saying, but he's an audience here too. There's still people going to listen to this in a couple of weeks when Nathan releases it. So it's idiotic what he's saying, because Nathan's right. He's contradicting what his freaking definition of the horizon is.
Yeah, and it can't be his definition, Neil. I mean, there is a definition of the horizon. It's not Anthony Riley's or yours or Nathan's or mine.
Well, the one he used. Because once you use something, when it comes out of your mouth, it's yours.
Neil, and that letters.
Yes, I forgot about that.
That letters HORIZ horizon. It's coming from the word left, or from horizontal. You understand? Horizon, horizontal. It's so similar. Why so similar?
Because it's curved.
Oh. But do you know when you go out, when you zoom out from any circular or spherical thing, that you cannot get horizon from that stuff? You get edge of the sphere. You cannot call that line the horizon because it's curved. Horizon, it's one thing, it's horizontal. You cannot have that on the sphere, unfortunately.
The only time it's been described as the edge of a sphere where the boats fall off is in the apparent globe model, which no one's ever seen this model. But that's the only time it's described as that. In reality, in English grammar and our lives, the horizon, as we've just pointed out, is just an apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground, or the surface of Earth. That's it. So it's
horizontal.
You can argue
horizontal line in translation. Horizontal line, it's horizon. That's the definition. Horizontal line, what we see.
I mean, we can keep going on about it, but the horizon is the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the surface of Earth. It's never been defined as a physical
all the
location.
time.
Ever. So it's not in any definition anywhere of being physical, ever. Apart from in a make-up, pretend globe model world, heliocentric nonsense. That's the only time it's been referred to as that. But like Nathan points out, even in their, even in the Earth curve calculator, they give it a distance, which is a linear, straight line horizontal distance, and they use the observer's eye level, which is a vertical height above sea level. So even in their nonsense definition, which isn't the definition, they're using flat Earth prerequisites to tell you that the horizon is curved.
Yeah, even in human eye, like angular resolution works like with that angles, it's in human eye. That's what you can see in the distance with the angles. For the horizontal, not for the curve. Calculated also, optically. Proven.
Yeah. I mean, it's not called the Earth curve calculator for nothing, mate. It's not called the Earth curve measurement, is it?
Oh, yeah.
It's called the Earth curve calculator. After the measurement. Also, it's also plain to see now.
I did get plain to see. I like that.
Thanks, mate.
I just didn't want I didn't want it to go just hanging there.
Yeah, it's good times now. Now you can just point out everything that falls off anybody's lips regarding the geometry of Earth will be referencing level, horizontal, vertical, altitude, elevation. But basically, I think we might have a list of 30 words. You'll be using them in any situation, whether you're trying in your mind as a glober to describe.
It'll come back.
Got nearly all of my mics put away, apart from the ones that I can't physically find a space for. But I've got every one of the ones that were on the back wall out of the way.
How many is that?
I don't know. Now that they're off the wall and away, I can't count them. I think I had 36 altogether. And like I say, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mics that I didn't put away. So 25, 27, something like that. Don't know exactly how many I've got. Somewhere between 30 and 35, 40, something like that.
At least you're covered for your audio needs.
I'm well covered. Yeah, I've left out the mic that I use now, a portable mic that I carry around, a dynamic mic that I use if we're doing the book or something and I need to be not getting cross-talk from two different mics at the same time. I've got my daughter's podium mic that she uses for a little gaming or show. I've got another podium mic that just is a shotgun mic that's I'll mic my wife up with when we next do the book. So we're both on a shotgun mic. And then I've got 3 SM7Bs and another shotgun mic that's out, a 416 Sennheiser. All of the rest have been put away. Like I say, there's 9 mics, but they're on window ledges, and a couple of them are on big tall mic stands, and the 2 that I use for the show, my dynamic and my shotgun, are both attached to arms semi-permanently. Although I did swap an RE27 for an RE20 just because it was easier to put the RE27 away than take off the pop filter on the RE20. So I've swapped those 2 around. And yeah, the big shotgun's in a blimp, so it's easier to just keep it in the blimp on the end of a mic stand, just for storage. It's out of the way, kinda. I'll start taking Lego. The thing that's going to be even more tricky is finding homes for the Lego that's on the top of the panels. You can't actually see it on camera, but there's all these Lego models on the tops of the panels, and I need to clear all those off, and I have no idea where I'm going to put them. I need to put smaller brackets on the projector and jig around every panel on this back wall. And there's a lot of them. Got a French cleat, so I can start moving them around already. So yeah, over the next few days. There probably won't be a show tomorrow because it's my wife's birthday. I'll probably schedule something. I might do. I haven't decided.
Happy birthday, Paula!
She's on the phone. Can't hear you. She's on the phone currently. Anyway, yeah. So
You relayed a message.
and then, like I say, I'll keep mentioning that I'm doing it and that I haven't ordered the panels yet because I haven't actually got the money to do so. We'll see. Hopefully someone will take pity on me. That was my update. All the mics are put away that need to be. All the mics that were covering the back wall. I've stripped off the mic that was on the shelf behind me that used to be where the shotgun got mounted. Been taken off too, so there's a mic arm that's now missing, and that means that shelf has only got the router on it, and I can just move that in front of the computer and get rid of that shelf entirely, and then I'll probably use the brackets from that shelf because they're narrower to mount the projector with.
What are you going to project on it?
The screen, it's a projector. Just use it for the show and stuff.
Oh, I hear you.
It's easier for me to have a window that's covered in a projection screen that I can roll away than having a big TV because it would block the whole window. Now, don't get me wrong, other people in apartments around me have done that, but I don't want to do that. I want to be able to roll it away. Yeah, very pleased with my progress today. I've spent the entire show doing it. I've only just finished and had a cup of coffee.
I'm honestly just looking at these dishes like, oh my God, I got to start this.
It's one of them. I'll never order them unless I start doing things in that direction. I'll just look at it and go, it looks all right. And then I'll just never do it. But because I've mentioned it on multiple videos now, and it was kind of something I was working towards when I was flogging the mics, in the back of my mind, I'm like, I will use this money to buy acoustic treatment when I make a profit. I didn't. I just ended up paying off credit card debt.
Would that deafen the sound outside, or basically mostly for the outside, inside?
I've got several outdoor mics. Are you asking?
I guess I was asking, like, is the insulation more for like the rest of the house, or is it more for the rest of the sound the rest of the house makes in your room?
It doesn't affect the sound anybody else makes externally, so it's not what is falsely accused of being soundproofing. You can't proof sound, or isolation is what you're describing, right? So no, none of the treatment helps the isolation. What helps the isolation is triple glazing and having really thick walls to begin with. So when I moved into this place, I picked it specifically because it had really thick interior and exterior walls, and you couldn't hear the neighbours. There are a few frequencies from the neighbours above and below that do sneak through, that just happen to permeate the walls, like just weird anomalies that just happen to, like I say, be sympathetic frequencies with the walls frequencies, and they just travel through. But for the most part, you can't hear the neighbours and they can't hear me, and you've got to have the music on deafeningly loud for them to hear it, which I have done a few times. But for the most part, the walls are just super thick, and because it's triple glazed, when you close the windows, it was quite amusing actually. My youngest daughter, I opened the windows for the first time since last autumn, like in the last 2 or 3 days, and my youngest daughter's like, What's that sound of the children, of them screaming, of the screaming children? I'm like, there's a school over there. It's just like, it's there every day. It's just the windows are closed. So, oh, right. The sounds of the screaming kids in a school that they're not in. But they can't hear them because, like I say, it's so well isolated. What the treatment does is stops horrible flutter echo getting into the microphone. That's all it's for. So that you don't get, when you hear somebody that's not got any acoustic treatment, it sounds like they're in a bathtub. And it's just all flutter echo, that reverb tail that you get. Or if you're at a church and you can't quite hear what the minister's saying because it echoes so much, right? It's just a bit too much God in their voice.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's reverb. So what you're trying to do is cut down the amount of reverb at all frequencies. Well, the bigger the frequency, the thicker the treatment to cut down that reverb time. And yeah, covering every surface completely is the only way to do it. So if you leave an empty gap, you can hear it. You can hear the sound bouncing off that empty space. Yeah? So the idea is to try and spread out as much of it as possible on as many surfaces as possible to make the room like a studio. That's all a studio is. Just a very well-treated empty space that doesn't have loads of reverb. So it's dry. Dry signal, that is, going into the mic. Just my voice is all you should hear. But if I talk in certain directions, you'll hear me and then the bounced signal off the wall a fraction of a second later. And that sounds bad. It's irritating.
Usually have a good sound, you know what I mean? Like, you usually do. So I think you worry a little too much about it.
It's because I worry about it that I've got good sound.
That's true. I get you. All right.
Most people don't give a shit. And I don't blame them, right? Most people, why would you care? It's only if somebody's moaning about it. But it just sounds unprofessional. So there's a very big difference when you hear something that's professionally produced versus something that isn't. Normally, when they're doing indoor sound, they might do it in a voiceover. So you'll hear what is called the voice of God, that is to say, a voiceover voice, talking about something that's occurring indoors. And then when they are indoors, they'll have post-processed the hell out of it to try and remove all that horrible reverb to the best of their ability. And they'll try and get the mics as close as possible by having a professional guy with a boom mic physically trying to get that as close to your mouth as possible without being seen, right? Well, all that costs money and time and effort, and it's all trying to just mitigate for the fact that that room that they're filming in hasn't got any acoustic treatment. That's it. If you look at stuff like, do you remember Star Wars The Next Generation? If you look at the deck of Star Wars Next Generation, right, where he's like, Commander Worf.
Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek. What did I say?
Star Wars.
Whatever. I'm not a Trekkie.
It matters to somebody.
That one that was on TV that used to have that Bill guy, and then it went on to Patrick Stewart, right? The one with Patrick Stewart in and Worf in it, the guy that looks like he's got a head infection. Well, every part of the deck, the bridge, I think they call it, right? Well, most of the scenes are filmed from the bridge of the Enterprise. Well, if you actually look closely, every bit of that set is just acoustic treatment, cleverly disguised to make it look futuristic. But all it is padded surfaces everywhere. And once you know it, you can't not notice what it is that they've done. They've just put horizontal, super thick acoustic treatment everywhere. So it ends up with these lines that are broken up in the exact dimensions of Owen's Corning, right? Just everywhere on the whole set. So what does that mean? It means, well, they've got a very well acoustically treated space to film in, right? You can't see the fourth wall. Occasionally they'll have a different camera angle that's in a different studio to make it look like they're looking at a screen. But ultimately there's a fourth wall that's normally looking back at the back wall as they all look forward. And that is just a very well acoustically treated room.
All right.
Yeah, but that means that they don't have to go through all the shitty post-processing of getting rid of the horrible echo.
So you're saying you're covered on that now?
Yeah, apart from the very first wall that I treated. So that's what I'm going to be finishing off with. So I did a sort of sketchy job of the first wall that I treated, to spread out the treatment as much as I could. Whereas now, every other wall has got treatment like panels back to back, like right next to each other. And it looks much neater when there's no gaps between them. So yeah, it cuts down the size of the room. But you don't notice that that's the case when they're all next to each other. When there's gaps in between, you can see how much they're sticking out, and they look like they're sticking out, and they're ugly. Whereas if it just presents as one surface, one flat surface, as opposed to lots of stuck out panels that are 15, 16 centimeters from the wall with gaps between them, suddenly they look like exactly what they are, big chunky panels stuck out from the wall. And then the wall drag draws your eye to it, and the panels just look like they're sticking out from the wall. Whereas if they're all next to each other, they become the wall. They are the flat surface of the wall. So your eye's drawn to the panels as the extremities of the room. Whereas behind me, you can see these big gaps between the panels. So you can see the wall through the gaps. And that's what draws your eye. So they just look like big chunky panels. Whereas when I'm finished, it'll look like just a wall of hexagons behind me.
Are you going to do different colors, do designs?
No, it's just going to match the rest of them that are already in place. So the ones that are there are just going to be having stuff added to them. So they're black on beach with hexagons. 3D cubes, as GIK call them. So it's just a very basic...
Put your name in there.
Say again?
I think you just, what do you call it, pattern out your name in there.
Nah, I'm good.
No? All right.
Nah, they just need to look like a pattern that's regular across the whole back wall. Which it will. It's going to look ace. Very excited. Just the work to get there that's a pain in the ass. I hate drilling. And I've got to reposition stuff. The projector I'm deeply concerned about because it's so heavy and it's up there and it's not falling down and hasn't done for a long time. Whereas if I get the raw plug hole the wrong size or some stupid shit, it'll detach from the wall with a very expensive piece of hardware coming crashing down. That's
fingers crossed.
I'm sure I'll figure it out. I'll buy a load of new hardware. My intention is to buy the drill, raw plug and screw bit all in one package because they do sell them and then I can't go wrong. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully I'll get a few PayPals in and then I can start ordering a few of these panels. There's only 3 to order.
How much are they individually?
250 quid each.
Damn, all right.
Are you back to claiming your own PayPal, Nathan?
Pardon? What do you say, Len? Did anyone catch what Len said? Yes, probably next Tuesday, Len. Maybe on Wednesday. We'll see how it goes.
I checked those 335 US. Dang.
Yeah, well, I've already invested in the ones that are already here. I've already got dozens of them. Like, I think there's 30 or 40 panels already in situ. So, 2 or 3 more is not going to make a huge difference to how much I've already spent on panels over the last 5 years. I've just been buying them very, very slowly. Right, I'm going to shoot people on Fortnite, and then once I have finished, I'm going to end the show. And stay here for a little bit next. I'm just because I'm too knackered to round out. And I've been moving mics around for the last 3 hours or something.
Truthfully, I'm avoiding doing these dishes. But I'll get to them.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That would have been moving these panels around would have been one of those things because it's a massive pain in the ass. There's 2 things actually. There's one rear speaker that's also got to be moved, which is a big massive pain in the ass. I think I'm out by about 3 inches to just stick them in. So when I started putting them in sideways, I didn't carefully calculate how much space I'd need if they ended up being rotated, because you don't think that far. You just stick them up and happy days.
Yeah.
I was out by about 3 inches. So the rest of the room compared to the back wall will be 3 inches out. I'm not going to move the rest of them. They can all stay as they are. The back wall will just be a little bit higher. I wonder if anybody will request another microphone before I get rid of them all. It'd be nice to give another YouTuber a mic. Well, I've got some.
The request will come in as soon as you get rid of the last one.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. That's exactly what will happen.
That's life. So how's everybody else? Doing dishes?
I have no idea. I haven't actually asked my wife if we're doing any work on the book today. Oh, well, that wasn't a very long game. Bummer. Right, I'll ask my wife if we're doing any work on the book, and then if anyone wants to hang around, they can.
I'll hang out. I just started doing them though.
No, we're not. Right, I'm going to round out. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.